And welcome to Kensington Oval, or should I say the start of day 3? Yes. But you know what? It's no, because there's no cricket because of rain. Yes, we had some rain in Barbados this morning, and again, as I speak to you, and it's overcast, but one gets the feeling that we should be having some cricket pretty soon. Barbados in a position of complete command, and no doubt to be looking to wrap this game up on day 3. With me is the former Barbados under-19 all-rounder, Hendy Wallace. Good morning, Hendy. Nice to see you.
Good morning to you, Andrew. Lovely to see you as well. Not a very welcoming morning. As you said, there were some showers early on, but I thought we'd seen the back of that. And these clouds just came over in the last 20 minutes or so. So we'll obviously have a delayed start. But I think it's safe to say we will have a start.
Yeah, okay. So let's look very much at what happened yesterday. Barbados ended day 2, in a dominant position.
Yeah, a lot of the groundwork was done, certainly in the morning session and then the afternoon session. Solid foundation with the opening pair with McCaskey and Craig Braffett. But really the business end was in the afternoon with firstly Wickham and Drakes, and then we saw that exhilarating innings from Roston Chase, which really put a seal on the deal.
Yeah, he was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. There's no question about that. How do you rate the innings? He started, we had Holder bowling to him with a second new ball, but then that little period he weathered, and then he played some authentic shots.
Yeah, from the very start, I thought that he was really in good nick. His strike rate was always up there, and eventually I think it was about 105 strike rate. But from the very start of the innings, he was very positive, and I think that really set the tone. It seemed as if he was intent on putting the pressure on what you could probably call a tiring CCC attack. A lot of work was done by the seamers, and he really stamped his authority from the very start.
Okay, let's do a complete review. 2 days gone, the game going at a frenetic pace. The CCC won the toss. They were off to a reasonable start. They lost as many as 7 wickets for 53 runs, and at one stage 213 for 3, eventually bowled up for 262, and that man Roston Chase was the key again.
Again, we felt that the CCC were well short of what I considered to be par score. I thought this pitch was a 375 par score. So that first innings total by the CCC would have given the Barbados Pride a lot of confidence. They really did well in the back end of the afternoon to pick up those 7 wickets so cheaply. And they took that momentum into their innings, albeit just 6 overs before it stumps on the first day. But even then, the CCC attack was very erratic. So I think the hard work was done by the Barbados bowlers, led by Roston Chase. And don't forget the partnership with Jamel Warwick and the spin twins did the damage there to more or less form that capitulation that the CCC endured.
Yeah, so by the end of the first day, Barbados were 29 without loss. A tricky little period, Hendy. 6 overs, they survived. I thought Brathwaite very positive with his batting. And by the end of the first day, Barbados really were in control.
Yeah, those last 6 overs, as I said, I thought the CCC attack was a little bit erratic. They didn't really force the batters to play very much. And all the Pride really wanted to do was to get through that period without losing a wicket, and they did that.
Yeah, so we're going to do an examination now of day 2. If day 1 was a good day for Barbados, day 2 even better.
Even better. As I said, that opening partnership continued in the morning period. They got to a 50-run opening partnership, and suddenly you saw how the pressure was easing back on the CCC bowlers. You had Akeem Jordan and Shamar Holder in particular, who many felt had a point to prove. And in my estimation, I even felt they were trying a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
And although there were some impressive deliveries, I think they weren't really able to sustain the quality of deliveries that you expected, and by virtue of that, the Barbados Pride were able to score at a healthy rate all through the innings.
Yeah, so it's raining, as you can see, getting heavier, but the forecast is that we're going to have some rain around this time, but it should clear up quite nicely. So we hope to be able to bring some action for you before the luncheon interval with Barbados in a position of dominance. Now, let's talk about some individual performances. Let's talk about this youngster that many people think has got all the ability in the world. Wickham, he hasn't started well, but I thought yesterday he got to 95, unfortunate not to have gotten to his 100. How do you rate the innings?
I thought his innings was a very attractive one. He showed a lot of his skills. How I think the key for me when I watch Kevin Wickham bat is this balance at the crease. And again, that was on show yesterday. As you said, he hasn't really got the scores in this tournament so far. He's had one or two decisions that many felt have gone against him. So it was really in the absence of big scores, but I wouldn't exactly say he was out of form. And I think that was really on show yesterday. He was able to really show the class act that he is.
Technically, what did he do wrong when he got to 95 and got bowled?
Well, hindsight is always great, isn't it? We were looking at it and we felt that maybe the ball kept a tad low. I think on reflection, when he looks at it, he will probably say that he should have got onto the front foot.
Right.
It was but the pitch has been so true that good length deliveries, the batters have been comfortable playing off the back foot or just playing from the crease. And on that occasion, it probably didn't just bounce enough that he anticipated and breached the defense. It did a little bit as well.
Okay, so we spoke earlier about Ruston Chase. Let's go back to his innings. A brilliant one. Picked up 5 wickets in the first innings. Triggered the slide. And I thought he really was very good against the spinners. When the pace bowling came back for the second new ball, he scored rather quickly.
Yeah, and that was always a concern with the second new ball. The spinners weren't able to control the run rate, so the captain really had no choice but to go for broke, looking for wickets. And I could understand him going for the new ball, but that actually accelerated the run rate. And Ruston Chase by this time was in total control. And what I like about it is how he stamped his authority with the intent to score, even off what we would consider good deliveries. He was prepared to take them on, and we saw him hit the opening bowlers a couple of times back over the top. And such was the dominance. And when they bowled short, he took on the short ball as well, even though at one stage they had 3 fielders back on the leg side, on the boundary for the short ball, but he still took it on.
So a couple of tourists. They only stand open, the 3W stand. They're here. It's raining. Lightly, really. In fact, as I speak to you now, look across to the Greenwich Inn stand. We are on the 4th floor, are we? Yes. Here in this spanking 3W stand. So we're looking from on high, and the weather is overcast. I'd say overcast, a little bit of rain, but we hope to be playing cricket pretty soon. The cover is firmly on the square. A couple of spectators here looking forward to the third day's play. Now, Hendy, let's look now at that tricky little period for CCC. Couple of overs to bowl, but they lost their captain.
Yeah, not dissimilar to what the Barbados Pride had on day one. A few overs fewer. I think it was just 3 overs yesterday. And again, not the start that the CCC would have wanted, with a deficit of 166. Again, it didn't matter about scoring runs, it was all about survival. And unfortunately, the captain wasn't able to do that. He was undone. But a pretty good delivery from Kemar Roach, the veteran. Delivery that was presented from around the wicket, which we know Kemar Roach is so adept at doing to the left-handed batters. And that delivery was angled into him, and then at the last moment just left him. He had to play, and unfortunately for him and the CCC, the edge was found.
Yep, and very good wicket. Marcus came out to battle away as a night watchman, and importantly for them, they didn't lose the wicket. But when you look at the overall picture, Hendy Wallace, they're in big trouble.
They are. That deficit of 166 with board pressure is always going to be against you. The pitch, in my estimation, the CCC will think, okay, well, if we make an effort to bat 90 overs today, which will be the entire day's play, given the average run rate that we've seen, they will say, well, if they're being positive about it, they could make 280 in the day's play, which would mean that they've erased the deficit and be in the black, maybe if it's 100 runs plus, and then you never know what can happen.
Yeah, okay. So let's turn our attention now to their bowling. Let's start with Shamar Holder. Now, here's a young man, played for Barbados in the first match against the Harper Eagles and did not make the squad again. Your impressions of how he bowled yesterday?
I thought there were glimpses of, it wasn't really consistent, let's put it.
Right.
There was some inconsistency, but again, you could see why he was highly touted and why he has reached the international level, especially with the new ball. We saw how he was able to get some movement, and he bowled with a lot of heart, in my view. He kept running in. As I said, I think he had a point to prove, and no better place to do it but at Kensington and against his colleagues, the Barbados side. There was some inconsistency, but I could see where he can be best effective. He bowled some good deliveries in between.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. And of course, he had this injury that plagued him for quite a long time. He's fit now, but it's going to take time, Hendy.
Yeah, he needs to get some miles in those legs. And, you do a lot of work in the gym. You get the body back in shape. But in my view, there's nothing beats bowling overs after over after over in different conditions. So this really augurs well for him. The fact that he can get through this game. He's bowled a lot of overs, and hopefully he'll go on to finish the season and stay healthy.
How about his partner, Marcus? All arms and legs.
Marcus was, for me, just before the end of his spell, I was actually saying that I thought he was the pick of the bowlers for the day. And maybe I'll still give it the nod to him.
Right.
But his last two overs, he was really under. He didn't cope well with the pressure of Roston Chase, and he was really punished.
Yeah, with that second
ball.
ball.
But generally, I was impressed with how hard he was hitting the bat. He was hitting the deck hard, and you can see that the kid has got some pace. Again, this could be a little bit intimidating for him. It's slightly different to club cricket.
Right.
So you come here at Kensington Oval in a first-class game. I think when he looks back at what he was able to do in this game, let's look for some big things from Marcus.
Yeah. In fact, he jacked me up, and you were there, and you didn't even support me. He showed me this video. He said, look, what are you saying about me? Because I did, in fact, say that I saw him in the game played for UW against Wanderers, and he bowled 2 overs, and after that, the pace had gone.
Yeah, he wasn't impressed with that.
No, not at all. So a very, very interesting, very nice guy, and hard-working. I understand that he spends a lot of time in the gym. Fitness is so important.
Yeah, I don't know personally, but from what I can see on the field, you could see that he's the sort of player that puts in the hard work. He has a fit-looking body, so I assume he's fit. So this guy's the limit. As you always say, these guys at CCC and even with the academy, you see it as a developmental program, and all you ask is that for these kids to get better and better game after game.
Right. All right. So the sun is trying to peep out through the heavy clouds. The rain has stopped, and it looks very much as if we could very well be in a situation where we could, Hendy Wallace, get some cricket pretty soon.
Yes, that's to be expectation. As we look to the east, the sun is certainly peeping out. So I think that we're going in the right direction. The rain has stopped. The sun is peeping out. So it will just be a case of the ground staff and getting the instruction from the umpires that they might be able to remove the covers.
Yep. Overall, the pitch, how has it played for the first 2 days?
Played okay, a little bit on the slow side, but the bounce has been consistent for the most part. We kept referring to the delivery that dismissed Wickham, but I think we would have had a different opinion if he had come onto the front foot.
Yeah.
So no devils in the pitch at the moment. There are some foot marks, as you would imagine, with the bowlers bowling both sides of the wicket. So it's really what the spinners can exploit from those foot marks. That's the only thing that I can see that will work in the favor of the bowlers.
Well, there you have it, the Central Bank, which is, if you get into Hendy Wallace's big Mercedes, will take you without traffic maybe just about 5 minutes. Of course, it's in the nation's capital, and it's really a beautiful, beautiful sight, no question about that. But in terms of the overall picture, it's not looking good at all for CCC. A lot of work to do. Two runs on the board, one wicket down already, deficit of 166. And a continuation, Henry Wallace, of Barbados' solid performances at home. As you know, they won against the Academy, and then they stung the Scorpions of Jamaica.
Well, I don't think they could have asked for a better fixture after that loss to come and play 4 matches at home. This is now game number 3, and they're in a very strong position to wrap this up as well. So it'll be a pivotal game, one would think, the next round of matches where they play Trinidad and Tobago here. But as I said, to have 4 consecutive matches at home, it offers a level of stability for the team and for this coaching staff to strategize and look at their full complement of players.
Okay, let's do an analysis as the ground staff just about ready to pull those covers off. And that's good news. The sun is out. We're happy that is the situation at Kensington Oval. And I imagine this ground is a wonderful ground, drying very quickly. We could very well be on our way in the next 10, 15 minutes in terms of getting some cricket as we start day 3. As I said, early morning rains, and just before the start, well, the scheduled start at 10 o'clock, we had some rain and a bit of a delay here at Kensington. But we've got a wonderful ground staff led by the former left-arm spinner for Barbados, Winston Reid. You know Winston?
Yep, Winston has been putting in the hard yards. He's got a full complement of groundsmen as well,
Yeah.
all looking able-bodied and healthy in their uniform.
And you should know Kensington Oval. You would have played here for Pickwick.
Yes, or
Long
back
ago.
in the day, our club was based here.
And there was a famous groundsman.
Yes, well, the famous head groundsman, but
Yeah.
then you had a full complement of team members who all had their characteristics. But the one you're referring to is the diminutive Boo.
Boo.
Yeah, all 4'9" of him.
No, 4'8". Come
Yeah,
on.
and then you
Where
had-
did you get that extra inch?
And then you had Tall Boy, who
Tall
was
Boy.
6'4".
So there you have Vincent Reid on his cell. Maybe he's talking to President Conde Riley. Or maybe he's calling you, but you can't answer because you're very much on the air with a live stream. That's Winston Reid there. Just putting his cell phone back in his pocket. What a bowler he was.
Excellent bowler. Many felt he should have got an international call up, but he didn't. But what a performer, certainly for Barbados. Over the years, captained a lot by Courtney Brown, who
Yeah.
always said to me, he is my go-to man regardless of the situation. Whether you were looking to stem the flow runs, if you're looking to attack, if you were whatever, if you were trying to defend the total, he was his go-to man. And he gave that luxury to a captain where he could bowl the ball. He's a left-arm orthodox spinner, but he could bowl the new ball or the old ball. So a really handy man to have at your disposal as a captain.
Yeah, playing for YMPC, Young Men's Progressive Club, in local cricket. And that's the club of the Big Bird, Joe Garner. And Dwayne Smith plays for that club. In fact, he has been such an influence there for so many years. And then, Winston Reid then went up to Wildy, 1 or 2 challenges there, and he actually switched clubs. But he's one that very, very nice individual, one who's really served YMPC. Wildy is local club now and Barbados with some distinction. You did, in fact, make the point that he really, maybe sometime in the early 90s, should have gotten a pick in the West Indies team. That didn't happen. But his exploits really tremendous over the years. I remember the battles up at Bayfield against Southton Payne, who was very good in terms of playing spin bowling. And, you really would leave home and come to St. Catharines to watch Winston Reid bowl against Southton Payne. Those were the good old days of Barbados' cricket. So the cover's been pulled off, and we should be getting some cricket pretty soon. We're going to look at Demel Evelyn. Young man, opened the mat in Barbadian. Saw him make 100 about 2 years ago at Carlton, which is not too far from here. That's the club of the great man, the most honourable Desmond Leo Haynes. And he batted well. Had 1 or 2 challenges. There was a trap set from the short square leg in the short mid wicket. And on one or two occasions, he pushed the ball in the air from the medium paces with the in-swing. But overall, I thought he batted well and was one to use his feet to the spinners. How do you assess his innings?
Yeah, that's the key for me, what you just mentioned at the end. His use of the feet and the control he exhibited, that was most impressive for me. And this is a kid who has not exactly set the world alight in club cricket, which is, one of the things about this particular matchup. There's a bit of familiarity where the players know each other. And he has not exactly set the world alight in club cricket. So coming into this game, there would not have been much of a fear factor with the Barbados Pride bowlers bowling to Evelyn. But what he did was he showed excellent patience. He trusted his defense. And then, for me, he was at his best against the spin bowlers, which we don't see very often in regional cricket, where you see a batter being as comfortable. I don't want to say dominant, but he was comfortable, because we get carried away when we hit the spinners over the top and out of the ground. But for me, what I enjoyed was the use of the feet and keeping the ball along the deck.
Yeah, I thought he batted well, and as I said, not very often nowadays you actually see West Indian batsmen like the greats of the past using the feet, driving the ball down to mid-off and to mid-on. The two spinners for CCC, let's start with Graves. How did he go?
Graves has been quite settled for CCC for a while, but he's not. I wasn't overly impressed with his spells in the innings, and then he resorted, in my estimation, to a defensive ploy. Well, maybe understandably so, because of the run rate. But I would prefer to have seen him try to use a more attacking option rather than bowling around the wicket to the right-handed batters, because it wasn't working. So I think he should have really been looking to maybe get wickets more so than to contain the batters.
Let's spinner Jerkham. First time we were seeing him, I thought he bowled pretty okay.
I thought he was all right, and he had a short burst just before the luncheon interval, and we saw glimpses of what he was capable of doing. But unfortunately for him, he came up against a very rampant Roston Chase, and to some degree a very confident-looking Kevin Wickham. So he wasn't really allowed to settle. But again, I thought he did enough to satisfy his captain. But unfortunately, him and Graves in tandem just could not get a handle on that run rate.
Yeah, and yes, I thought he bowled well. And I think your assessment is spot on. Also playing for CCC is someone who would have played for Barbados, Akeem Jordan. How did he bowl?
Akeem Jordan is a steady, a medium fast bowler, does a bit with the ball. His forte is really to his control of the seam and moving the ball around. We didn't see an awful lot of movement, certainly not a great deal of movement, lateral movement on this surface. But what he did, he kept his consistency up. He was probably the most consistent of the bowlers, which you expect because he's probably the most experienced of the lot. So he offered that level of at least the captain could set a field for him,
right,
even if the batters were able to breach the field. But he would have given the captain some comfort having that seniority, and you could often see him communicating with the younger bowlers as well. So his role in the team is one of dual purpose, to use his experience obviously in bowling, but also to help the guidance of the young bowlers.
And you reckon that he should have had the second new ball? He came on first change.
Yeah, that surprised me, because as I said, his forte is really moving the ball around, and probably the best time to do that is with the new ball. So I was a little bit surprised that he didn't get the new ball. Of course, we don't know if everything was okay with him, but he did come on in the end to finish the innings to dismiss Jomel Warrican. But yeah, I was just a little surprised that he wasn't given the new ball at that stage.
Well, there you have Vincent Reed speaking to the third umpire. Kareem Tate, a school teacher in Barbados, in fact teaches at the school that Wickham went to. Used to be called West St. Joseph, now Grantley Adams Memorial. Deep in rural Barbados, St. Joseph, which is Barbados' smallest parish. And there he goes. He's been around for quite a long time. In fact, umpire Raj Kumar, who is doing duties in this match, just going to have a little word with him now. Yes, and he's giving him the umbrella. Maybe we can just zoom in there on our good friend, Mr. Raj Kumar. I'm told that he will reserve umpire for 11 years.
Yeah,
there he goes, Trinidad, Philo Wallace's friend.
Yeah, development for you.
Yeah, but they say patience is bitter, but this fruits are sweet. So there he goes. A wonderful man. He was upstairs, the reception hosted by the Barbados Cricket Association, and really leading the way. I mean, say what you like. In Barbados, the cricket is taken very seriously and people looked after. And it's a tradition, really, that on the second day of the match in the afternoon, of course, after the players would have had their various meetings, there's a reception, and it was really good to interact with him as well. So Winston Reid, the head curator, is that the correct title?
Yeah, that's one you can use, yeah.
Of course.
Legally, you can use
Yeah,
that one.
yeah, of course. In the old time days, used to call it just a groundsman. Indeed. So it's going to be interesting to see. Do you think perhaps maybe with the covers of the square for a long time, any moisture, or you don't think so?
There's that possibility.
Okay.
Although these covers that they have, apparently it doesn't retain as much moisture, I'm told, the particular material that they use. So nothing to be concerned about, but there will be some freshness, and I think that the bowlers wouldn't mind that too much.
No. You talked about concerns. Let's look at the Barbados side. They've done very well. They've won against the Academy and, of course, against the Scorpions. I expected a bit more from the Scorpions, but then when you consider what happened to them in the game that they're playing against the Harper Eagles, being bowled up for bingo numbers, you'd say about 40-odd. I'm sure that the cricket tongues in Kingston, Jamaica, Throat, Jamaica, wagon with that. One or two concerns in terms of Barbados at the top. McCaskey could do better, you think?
He's got some starts, and that will be obviously a concern for him and the coach as well, where he has not been able to go on to make a big score. And with the likes of Wickham and Drake's getting scores in the middle order, I think that's really just the final piece in that top order that Barbados will want to get right. Obviously, they will have a little bit more testing bowling in the coming games. So with Brathwaite, he's showing good form. He's had a monumental double century already. So that's the one piece that's missing from the jigsaw for the Barbados team as far as their batting is concerned.
Well, there's McCaskey just behind the manager of the side in yellow. Of course, Mr. Boyne, who you know very, very well. He's been around for some time now. And in the middle, there's Kevin Wickham with his arms folded. So he's between Coach Vasper Drakes and the manager of the Barbados team. And in front, of course, the bearded Jamal Warkan, brand name shades. I suppose he would have bought those shades in Pakistan. And what a performance from him. What is Jamal Warkan doing now that he didn't do maybe a year or two ago? Pakistan certainly was, of course, I mean, the pitches are over there were very, very good for bowling. Have you seen anything different since you've seen him in the couple of matches, since he came back home?
Yeah, I probably felt that he bowled a lot slower. He has been a lot more patient in my estimation, because I can understand when the players come back and they play at the lower level, they feel that they should be getting a wicket nearly with every ball. And sometimes you got to take a little bit of time. You have to respect the game, respect the opposition, and set batters up. And I've seen a lot more of that, where he appears to be setting up the batters to get his wickets. So he's a little bit slower, and his variation is slightly different. In the past, the stop delivery was the delivery spinning into the left-handed batsman or away from the right-handed batsman. I think he's doing it the other way around now. He's overspinning the ball to use more to target the front pad, with the occasional ball to spin away from the right-hander.
Yeah, and also as well, he's using the silly point and forward short leg. Coming up pretty soon. That long off and long on become aggressive field placing, because very often you find batsmen very worried, goes for that big shot and is caught down at long off or long on.
Yeah, and sometimes it's a counter for having those same close catchers. And we always refer to the old-time saying, the young viewers will not forgive us, what we call the in-outfield.
Yeah, in-outfield.
So you have the close catchers, 3 or 4 of them around the bat,
Right.
and then you have 3 on the boundary.
Right.
So it really tests the skill of the batter, whether he can manipulate the ball to keep the ball away from the close catchers, but at the same token, not just go hell for leather and bring the boundary fielders into play.
So umpire Raj Kumar and umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. in the middle. Let's have a look at his brand name watch. He's been traveling all over the place. He went to Dubai recently, Here's a young man who went to the St. Michael's School, played a bit of cricket, but then decided, umpire Reefer, that, umpiring really was his thing because he was actually umpiring when he was very, very young.
Yeah, he obviously enjoyed umpiring as well. He's from a cricketing family and probably recognized from a very early age that although he played as a youngster, he probably wasn't going to make it to the highest level as a cricketer. And very early in his career then decided that he would pursue umpiring. And, it's a job that is very much underrated. And sometimes people don't appreciate the effort that goes in to becoming an umpire at any level for that matter.
Yeah, so there's Leslie Reefer Jr. I think he's pretty satisfied. The final preparations being done here. See the light roller being used. What, Hendy, I mean, you know this pretty well, you've played the game. The difference between using a light roller and a heavy roller?
On a dry surface, you don't want the heavy roller to really break up the surface too much. And the light roller is really just designed, the thought process is that it's just to take out any ball marks, any indentations and stuff like that. I don't believe that much will be done with a surface this hard. But again, you talk about psychological. So much of the game is played in the head that they will look just to, I call it just tidying up this pitch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that light roller being used, and we would, I suppose we're going to be getting cricket, I think maybe in the next 10 minutes or so. No rain at the moment. It's overcast, the sun trying to peep out, but at the moment it's looking as if we should be getting some action. There's young Simmons running up the Cigar Free Sobers pavilion. How is he going, young Simmons?
Not bad. He left the field on the first day for a moment, but he came back on, so we suspect it was nothing. I haven't heard any official report that there was an issue, so good to see that he came back on the pitch. He too was coming back from an injury, and then the whole program of return to bowling to get back to his fitness. And again, what we said about Shamar Holder, he may be fit enough to play, but then you have to become bowling fit, and that often comes from miles in the legs from bowling over after over after over.
All right, so we're going to turn our attention now to someone who's back in the Barbados side. Hasn't played for Barbados for quite a long time, Jason Holder. We remember him playing last year and making an impact. He's in the Barbados side now. Of course, Australia come in, but want to make sure that he gets some miles in, as you say. How has he looked so far in the match?
Nothing spectacular, but he has a presence. Not just his stature, but in his ability and what he's achieved and stuff like that. So having a Jason Holder in your side does help your balance. It gives you the opportunity to look at different options in terms of your bowling stock. He's brilliant in the field. He's got a double century at test level, so you know what he's capable of doing. So having a guy like that in your team, the opposition have to take notice of him.
Yeah, I agree. No question about that. And a nice debate last night. In fact, he came and sat next to me. He's my good friend. There's no one that I've criticized more than Jason Holder, but a very mature individual, and you know him very well. I mean, there's some who wouldn't talk to you. I mean, Craig Brathwaite hasn't spoken to me for a long time, and Desmond Haynes hasn't spoken to me since 1990. Did you know that?
No, I wasn't sure of the date.
Yeah, I never forget that. In fact, we were in Jamaica. Barbados were playing against.
Do you really want to rehash that? No.
Not at all. All right, but that was very, very interesting. Good old Desmond Haynes, one who served West Indies and, of course, Barbados cricket very, very well over the years. But, some cricketers get a little bit, as we say, uppity about it. But, I mean, it's part of cricket. But
well, the thing is, Andrew, no one is above criticism. That's the first thing. However, I think most people will appreciate if the criticism is balanced with credit.
Oh, I like that one, Hendy. I think you're suggesting I have to get maybe Ralph Thorne, the opposition leader, to be my lawyer.
No, he's busy at the moment.
He's very busy. Of course, the budget is going to be actually presented on, next Tuesday, March the 10th. And it's going to be presented by our good friend, Mr. Ryan Strawn. So we're looking forward to that in Barbados. So we're getting closer and closer to the start of day 3. Barbados in a position of command here, looking to wrap this one up. And despite the fact that we've had no cricket, one would think, and you could maybe bet some money on it if you want to go that route. Of course, in the old time days, we used to bet with buttons that Barbados could very well go on to, in fact, win this game. The pitch, you think, on day 3, how do you think it will play?
I think it'll just continue to be the same. This pitch is not going to break up very much. This soil at Kensington compacts really well. Even when you see cracks, there's nothing to get overly excited about because the cracks don't really move. And what I've realized over the years is that even with the footmarks, the spinners the ball doesn't seem to misbehave too much when it hits into the footmarks that you can see the worn bits at the respective ends. But we just got word there, Andrew. The official word is that play is meant to commence at 10:45.
What time is it now on that?
I make it 10:34.
10:34.
Actually, 10:36. Sorry.
Yeah, lovely watch you've got there. You bought that in Bridgetown?
No, this is actually from Trump's country.
Is that Canada?
The Gulf of Mexico.
Donald Trump, of course, wanting to make Canada 51st state of United States. And he actually said Governor Trudeau. I mean, that's an amazing thing there. Good old Donald Trump, our good friend. We invite him to Kensington over to watch some cricket. Now, when we continue to look at the Barbados team, we're going to have some cricket pretty soon. We'll be talking a bit. We maybe should have a bit of water. Lanico Boucher. Now, interestingly enough, we had Dowridge, of course, in the side. Then young Richards Demetrius Richards took over. And then there was a interesting situation where Boucher came into the side as the keeper. Richards played as a batsman, but of course with the big boys coming back, he's lost his pace. But Boucher has had 1 or 2 decent scores for Barbados.
Yeah, I think Boucher was always the one identified to take the gloves, and there may have been some concerns for that first game, so they were sort of protecting him as well. But it goes back to the template, the blueprint that Barbados has used, certainly when I was chairman, where you had the keeper was really seen as an all-rounder. And as we know, keepers now are rated by their performances behind the stump as much as in front of the stump. So you really, I call it an all-rounder. And Dowridge was the one who that was able to take that forward where he could be in a specialist batting position. So it really gave you the option then of playing the 5 bowlers. And so they tried to continue with that, and the Boucher fitted that beautifully. Richards is actually a good gloveman as well, so you really weren't losing anything there. But with Jason Holder coming back into the side, he obviously was going to assume that number 6 position, which meant Boucher was going to go down 1. Again, it shows you the value of someone like Jason Holder, how it widens your opportunities and your balance of your team.
How is he going as the keeper? There
very
is
well.
Boucher with a big smile.
Yeah, did very well.
Yeah.
I think he's done very well behind the stumps.
Good
Both
work.
standing
Good
back
catches too.
and standing up. So that's always critical when you have pitches like these and you expect that the likes of Jamel Warrican and Shem Holder, who played in the 2 previous matches and now with Roston Chase. So you need to have a good gloveman, and the bowlers appreciate having a good gloveman when you're standing up. When the ball is probably, when there's some variable bounce or the ball is turning or whatever, you really want to have that confidence of having a good gloveman.
So there's Boucher in white. He's got with him Ramon Simmons, who's next to him there, having a little chat. Maybe they're watching the stream as well, and we're getting pretty close to the action. So the situation then is what, 2 for 1? Actually, is that no?
I think you're a fast bowler.
Oh, is that Marcus?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's Marcus. He looked a bit like Boucher there. How could we make that mistake?
Well, I wouldn't say look like Boucher. His hairstyle is probably like Boucher's.
Yeah. So that's Marcus there. I think he's watching the stream. Marcus, if you're watching the stream, just put your hand up. He actually last night just brought the stream to me when we talked about his performances. No, this is the Barbados cap. I'm right with this one. Am I right?
You're absolutely correct.
And number
and
19,
the names on the back of the shirt should help you.
So it wasn't Boucher and Simmons. Yeah. So there he goes. Simmons there very much in there. And is that Jason Holder? I can't get that wrong, can I? No. My favorite cricketer.
Unmistakable figure.
and the corner, of course, with the shades on, blue and yellow is the head coach, Mr. Vasper Drix. And that there for sure would be the CCC camp. See, young Porand, he is just getting ready to do battle. But it's going to be a tough order, tall order for them. There's no question about that. I mean, when you consider that the game has gone at a pretty quick pace. In fact, when you look at it, we're starting day 3, and already we're into a situation where the third innings has started.
And it's a case where you will expect a rampant Barbados team coming out. The bowlers will be certainly chomping at the bit, looking to get at these batsmen. This hour or so that they're going to miss, let's call it 45 minutes that they miss, they'll want to make up for that. So you can expect an ultra-aggressive Barbados team in this, hour and 15 minutes before the first break.
And good bowling conditions as well, slightly overcast. I would think that someone like a Roach would enjoy these conditions. And, of course, he's got Jason Holder. Note with interest yesterday that Jason Holder actually opened the bowling along with Roach operating from the northern end. The value of Akima Roach in a Barbados side.
Well, the experience cannot be replaced, let's put it like that. And he's not a passenger. He's there, he's still performing, he's delivering for the team. And his captain, most importantly, has a lot of confidence in him. And he really cannot put value on it. He's exceptional. And the willingness to play, because we always talk about him being a veteran. He's got the big matches coming up, but he's always making himself available. He's very clear to the chairman of selectors and to the captain as to what he wants to make himself available for. And I think he said he was looking at 4 games in this season, but all depending on how the tournament was going, he would even be willing to do more.
Yeah. How do you rate his performances over the years? I mean, he's one of the leading wicket takers for the West Indies. I remember him. In fact, the first time I saw Kemar Roach was at Carlton. That's when he was around, 18, 19, bowling very quickly. And what I remember about that, we do, in fact, bring a lot of local cricket since 1978. And he was bowling so quickly, playing for Maple Club on the West Coast. And, people actually came off the road, came to Carlton to see him bowl. He was pretty sharp when he was younger.
Yeah, like most people, you get a little bit slower as you get older, but you also get wiser and more skillful. And that's a perfect example, in my view, how you would describe Kemar Roach. You talk about the early days when he had that express pace, and then gradually he learned the art of fast bowling. He added a few things to his armory in terms of moving the ball and understanding the art of fast bowling as well, because you just can't bowl fast at first class and international level. You've got to bring a little bit more to the table, and he was able to do that. And the record will state that he is one of our finest ever fast bowlers for the West Indies. The record, and you just look at his longevity as well. So a lot will go well there in favor of Kemar Roach.
Yeah, you spoke about the value, of course, losing your pace, but then you like Malcolm Marshall did, just bowling good length, good lines, and working batsmen out, and really and truly he's been a champion for Barbados and for the West Indies, and still going. The Australians are coming in June, and there are many who feel that he's going to be playing an important role in the West Indies team. Let's hope that Shamar Joseph is going to be fit. They've got to monitor him very carefully, and of course, you've got Alzari Joseph in there as well. Jaden Seal seems to be the leader of the pack now. And we're just hoping that 1 or 2 young fast bowlers can come through, because I think that's what you need. And I'm not sure so far for the season, the Barbados players are beginning to come onto the field now. If we can identify any young fast bowlers that would have caught your attention. I know there's talk about Isaiah Thorne. Last time I saw him playing for the Ghana Harpy Eagles. He was just thereabouts. He has 1 or 2 injuries, and he's one identified, but he's got to maybe get a bit fitter, and we would really want to see him. But when you look at West Indies cricket, a dearth of fast bowlers, in fact, even here in Barbados, apart from McCaskey, who can maybe get up to pretty close to 90 miles an hour, we don't have quick bowlers around, and that is a major concern. So we're just about ready to start the action on day 3. Marcus, of course, beginning to come out alongside the man who made 100 in the first innings, the short of the two there. You're talking about Demel Evelyn, Marcus with I think a Grenadian connection. And it looks as if it's going to be Ramon Simmons to start the attack, operating from the southern end of the ground. Here's a young man, Henry Wallace, 2 years ago, was bowling pretty sharp.
Yes, he was, and coming back from injury again, just trying to get back to his bowling form. Good to see that he's been given the ball first up this morning. There was the ground staff ringing the field with the rope to obviously skim any moisture that was on the outfield, and that's what Barbados would be hoping. They wouldn't want that seam to get any water in it to soften up that seam. You want to make sure that that seam remains dry, and hopefully any of that surface water has been removed with that skimming process of the ground staff.
So Simmons to bowl the first ball on day 3. And immediately Evelyn is off and running. He's going to be very important. He made 100 in the first innings, batted well. We spoke about his use of the feet to the spinners. So refreshing to see that. Marcus, who came as a night watchman, will get his first ball. But carried to the keeper from Ramon Simmons.
Yeah, that one was banged in really short. Clearly the intent was to try and unsettle the night watchman. If that, in fact, is the ploy, probably would be a bad idea to have another fielder close in on the leg side. He's got the 4 slips, but just there, close to the bat on the leg side may be useful.
Yeah, looking pretty aggressive. Yeah, I think they want to pepper our good friend Mr. Marcus with the short balls. I think he would have bowled 1 or 2 at Simmons as well. He had the second new ball. I thought he bowled pretty well, Marcus. He's got a bit of pace. Looks fit. Not sure about his batting.
You know, CCC seemed to have some confidence in him to send him in as a night watchman, and he negotiated that period.
Oh, what's that all about there? Did that slip from his hand? Yes, it did.
Yeah, he lost his footing. It seems he's looking at the footholes and looking at his boots, and immediately the umpire has asked for some assistance from the ground staff. I suspect that in marking the creases, there may be some freshness, some moisture there, and it seems as if Simmons just lost his footing, that front foot, as he slammed down on the popping crease. So that's the area where they're looking at it now, and maybe looking for some form of drying agent, maybe some sawdust or something to put on the popping crease area just to secure the footing. Jason Holder, as usual, just directing traffic, coming up with all the ideas for the umpire as to what you can and cannot do. And just depend on the ground staff now to bring some sort of a drying agent, which I would imagine is some sawdust. Ground staff now have these vehicles that help them to do things a lot quicker. In the past, you'd be depending on a guy running on. So they've got the mallet as well. So maybe just some sort of divot has been created. So yes, the sawdust, the drying agent going down on the popping crease. And then they'll use the mallet there just to level the area.
A mallet. Have you ever used that, Hindi?
No, in my time, you had to use your own boot.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, you'd bang, you'd bang, you'd bang. Yeah, yeah. They've got the mallet now. Well, there was some rain in Barbados this morning. In fact, for a period, it rained a couple of minutes pretty heavily, and as a result, fast bowler Simmons is having a challenge or two. Sawdust being applied as well.
And what they do then is to just leave a bit way behind, normally in line with the stumps, so that the players will have access to that should there be any more wear, because they'll put sawdust down now, but by the constant landing of the front foot will remove that eventually, and it may require a little bit more to keep that area dry, or to provide a sound footing on the popping crease. As I said, I don't think that's got anything to do with the rain. That may just have to do with the marking of the lines, using the moisture to wet the lines, may have made it a little bit slippy.
Umpire Rajkumar having a nice little chat with Jason Holder. Comes from Trinidad and Tobago. Fellow Wallace was saying to me he was a reserve umpire for 11 years, and when he got the call, he said, "Lord, thank you." Yes, nice man. Had a little chat with him last night at the reception. I wonder what's the cost of that. But it's good to see tremendous improvement. So let's hope that Simmons is not going to have a problem, and the matter has been fixed.
So a slight change in the field. We still got the 4 slips, but just as we were discussing, that man just to the right of the batter, a short leg in place. That one a bit more accurate. We saw a couple of short deliveries in the over so far from Simmons, but didn't really cause any problems to Marcus. But you could see how the 4 slips could come into play here. Marcus playing that one somewhat suspiciously, playing away from his body. And Andrew, I would be surprised if we have another interruption at some point in time, because it's very overcast now here.
Just out of the reach of the field at Gully, and Marcus will come back for a second. He's a lucky man. Simmons has been aggressive to him.
And that's the line. The ball at the body going away from him, and he's playing with the bat away from the body. So it's obviously going to bring that cord into play. And maybe they could look at taking the mid-on out and having another man in that area. But they brought the guy from cover, so 4 slips in the gully now.
Well, he's been struck. Looking very awkward indeed there, Marcus, but he survives. 6 for 1. You're right. In fact, it's beginning to rain. The ground staff at the ready. Let's hope we don't have that kind of a day. Yes, they're going to go off. So just after 1 over, cover has been brought on to the square. This must be frustrating for the Barbados team in particular.
It's only a very light drizzle at the moment, but it's important to still protect the playing area. So yes, the Barbados team will be a little bit disappointed that they're not able to get into the work. It was a bit of a drizzle, just getting a little bit heavier now. So another interruption here, where we will hope it won't be for too long. But the ground staff have got the area secured in a very short period of time.
Well, we've been working overtime. In fact, we spoke for pretty close to an hour. And that was just before 10 o'clock when we came on air. And we were able to get through that period talking so many things, from Kemar Roach to Kevin Wickham to Demel Evelyn, the importance of the city point in the forward short leg. So many things we were able to talk about. And with the rain coming down pretty hard here, the cover's firmly on the square. What we will do, we'll take a break and hopefully come back with some action before lunch on day 3. And welcome back to the region's Mecca. The Barbados team just about to take the field. We've had an interruption or two already. Just to confirm that an adjustment has been made, lunch will now be at 1 o'clock. So that's the adjustment. Normally at 12, lunch will be at 1 o'clock. And I would imagine that we're going to have some adjustments a little bit later on. Roland Butcher, the former England batsman, joins me. He's brought along his coffee as well, with a little bit of sugar and just a touch of milk. Hello, Roland. Nice to see you. Hope your coffee's hot. Don't see the steam coming from it.
Yeah, Andrew, good morning to you. And yeah, the coffee's... I'm not a coffee lover, but when you don't provide much else, then you have you have no choice.
I give you biscuits and Crumbs Bakery and all that as well. Of course, and as an Englishman, your team,
usually on the first day, but
things.
We're at day 3 now.
All right, so we're just about ready to start the action. Let's hope that we can get play uninterrupted until 1 o'clock. And it's going to be Kemar Roach predictably to start the attack for Barbados. Just had one over, then the players had to go off because of rain. Well, what happened there, Roland? You describe it. You're the cricketer.
I think that ball, that delivery there from Roach surprised everyone. Himself, the batter. It was short of a length, and it just stayed right down. Didn't bounce at all. And hope that's not an indication of what's going to follow, because then batting could become quite difficult. But I would use that as an oddity.
Yep. Well, poor work by Jonathan Drakes, who doesn't catch a lot, and the ball just went straight to him. Even back for the second, having to move from forward square to backward square. There he is in your picture alongside the umpire. There's a catch that he should have really taken.
Looks, Andrew, as if he's wearing those pads, those short leg pads.
Okay, so that
already.
That's what got him out of jail. And it's beginning to rain again at Kensington.
Yes.
So we're in for perhaps another interruption. Hope it's not one of those days like in Guyana. Never forget going to Border a couple of years ago, and you're on, you're off. In fact, Barbados played, would have been a game in the 80s. Barbados played at Border. The action started on the 4th day. Now we're going to have to go off.
Yeah, just intermittent rain. This is really frustrating for the ground staff, because, as you know, it's no mean thing to keep putting those covers on and off.
So this is the second interruption. Interestingly enough, we just got it over in from Simmons, and just 3 balls from Kemar Roach, and down comes the rain at Kensington.
It's not very heavy, but it's just that annoying sort of rain that's enough to just stop you from playing. And look, it's looking out from our position here, it looks as if it's almost stopped. So by the time they get to the pavilion, it probably would have stopped by then.
Yeah, in fact, the umpires they stopped as well. So frustrating for the Barbados team. The management there of CCC. And umpire Kareem Tate, the third umpire, with his black umbrella going out. good to see a Bajan umpire in the middle. Because as you know, for the first two matches, Barbados...
Why do you want to see a Bajan umpire in the middle, Andrew?
Well,
This is the age of neutral umpires.
well, I mean, it's not often that you go to a country and at a regional level and see two umpires
I mean, I'm
from a different country.
I'm going to take the opposite view to you. I believe that
You think the time has come?
that there should be neutral umpires wherever you play in the,
But
the Caribbean, not just the rest
They
of the
say
world.
all umpires are neutral.
Yeah, all umpires should be neutral, but I mean,
Okay.
take away any speculation that there's a home umpire involved.
Right.
So the fact you're playing in Barbados, I really believe that you should have two umpires from elsewhere.
Okay. And of course, by extension, across the Caribbean. I suppose
Absolutely.
they'll eventually get to that. In fact, at one stage, there used to be both umpires would come from the same country. I mean, I've seen that before. And then, like for instance, in the first match, Barbados played against the Academy. We had Chris Wright and Jackie Williams from Jamaica. And then when Barbados played against the Scorpions, it was Shannon Crawford and Nigel Duguid. Well, for this match, umpire Rash Kamar from Trinidad and Leslie Reefer Jr. are the umpires. I understand that for the Trinidad game, I'm told that Gregory Brathwaite should be standing in that match. We're looking forward to that game, which is going to be next Wednesday. Pitch being prepared. I'm told it's going to have a bit of grass. So we look forward to that encounter. But if Barbados are going to do that, they must have fast bowlers to exploit
Andrew,
the conditions.
You say there'll be a bit of grass.
That's what I heard.
But we'll wait till Wednesday morning. But Monday there will be grass.
Right.
But let's wait till Wednesday morning.
Yeah. No, the point you made about umpires, though, I think Barbados have got some very good umpires. In fact, I'm involved in local cricket and I see them. There's a young Shamar Boyce who's good, Kareem Tate, Dave Thompson. And these are all good umpires. And I'm sure there's major concern as far as the Barbados Umpires Association is concerned that a lot of them are not really coming through. But Jonathan Blades would have done a couple of matches in the last couple of years. So they've only really got the man who's standing in this game now, Leslie Reefer Jr. and Gregory Brathwaite. So they would want to see some young umpires coming through. So it's
The real problem for the umpires in Barbados and by extension the Caribbean is, Andrew, is that they get very little experience of umpiring in pressure situations. I mean, to umpire on a Saturday afternoon is no preparation for the next level or even the next level above that. So that's the major problem that we have, is that generally the club cricket is so poor that really umpires, they don't have to umpire good competitive matches.
So we've had a brief interruption. In fact, there's 3 balls bowled, the rains came, and before the players actually got into the pavilion, it had stopped. And as a result, in quick time, the bails will go on pretty soon, and I would imagine that the 2 umpires will come up. So we should have action within about 5 minutes or so. Sun is just trying to peep through those heavy clouds. So the second interruption, Barbados will want to finish this game today, as was the case against the Scorpions. So we'll all get a weekend free of cricket. On the other hand, of course, CCC will want to battle until the cows come home.
Well, if the day continue the way it had started, Andrew, with this stop-start, then there's a very good possibility that CCC could get through today and take the game certainly into the final day. Obviously, Barbados is still very much in charge of the game, because they're not, that deficit will not be erased in any hurry. It's just would be a case of CCC surviving the rest of the day and then taking it into the final day.
So the Barbados players just about beginning to get ready to come back onto the field. They were all huddled talking to the head coach, Vasper Drakes, and they're just about to come down the stairs of the Cigarfield Sobers Pavilion. And here are the umpires. Umpire Raj Kumar from Trinidad and umpire Reefer from Barbados. Just about to come onto the field. So we've lost the sunshine to CCC batters. Evelyn, who's ahead of Marcus, and he should be in all respects when it comes to batting. He's just about to prepare for battle, and he battled in adversity with some success. Had to navigate some choppy waters, but there's a saying that the winds are always on the side of the ablest navigator. And he batted very well, I thought. Used his feet to the spinners, and was a joy to watch, driving up to mid-off and to mid-on. As the old-time commentators would say, he was driving in the V. So there's Evelyn. Told he's got a gym at home. Watched by his mum, watched by his father when he got to the 100. As was the case with young Carlian Bowen Tuckett. His mother came from Nevis to see him play when he got 100 against Barbados. It was a good 100 as well.
Now, Andrew, that's something that was not a regular feat in the bygone days, hundreds against Barbados. They're becoming all too popular now.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, when you got 100, some people will say, look, you're going to play for the West Indies. Such were the high standards. I'll give you a little taste of that after this delivery. Here's Roach. Yeah, I remember when Richie Richardson came to Barbados. Would have been, could have been what, 79, 80? Don't quite remember, but that time. Malcolm Marshall and company bowling to him. But he's now gone to the great beyond 7 weeks. Having made 100, he said, that's the next West Indies opener. Never forget it. Remember when Ian Bishop bowled a tremendous spell to Floyd Reefer. People in the stand said that's the next West Indies fast bowler. Headed down the leg side. Baron Lara as well. In fact, playing under 19 cricket, the Barbados team had a pretty decent attack. Dane Maynard was in that side. Pedro Agar. Dane Maynard actually went on to play for Barbados, and the game was at Kensington. Lara didn't do too much in that game, remember, but many people said, look, hey, here's the next West Indies batsman. And he went on to be a great. So the standards are very high. The over comes to an end. 8 for 1.
Yes, Roach just having a look at the foot marks.
It's talking about batsmen who've come to Barbados and and do well, and people talk about them. I suppose you can talk about the Barbadian batsman that made 100 against Andy Roberts and company. Thurston Payne, one of the best I've seen at the regional level, 140. Now he's gone big. That's gone away. Did it carry? Just waiting.
Umpire's not sure yet, waiting for confirmation.
I think it might have just dropped inside the boundary. Yes, it did. Eyes are still pretty good. Out at wide mid-wicket, so that's a big one, pitched up. And Marcus said, no, get out of here, Mr. Simmons, and that's gone.
It's an interesting shot by Marcus. He just cleared the front leg and...
And immediately, Captain Brathwaite reacts, and the forward short leg has been pulled away.
Yeah, the slips dispersed as well.
Hope Brathwaite is not afraid of Marcus's bat. Ooh, he struck. That's the way to respond. Typical fast bowler's response after being carted over the wicket. Shot that was pregnant with disdain, and he responds with a good short delivery to Marcus.
Yeah, Marcus really didn't have much of a clue there. I don't think there's any damage, but I think he was initially looking for a pitched up delivery, and then when he realised that it was
off for me kind of shot, as they say.
Yes, it was like well directed, and Simmons having a few words with him just to let him know, no, you don't slug me over the top.
No, not at all. Ooh, took his eyes off of that, Roland Butcher. That's not a good thing to do. We saw yesterday that Jonathan Drakes taking his eyes off of a ball that was struck. Shamar Holder was the bowler. So Simmons, a bit of a moral victory for him here, banging the ball in short. Just wonder what he'll do here now, if he's going to maybe go with the ball pitched up, looking to York him. That's a good old swipe. Swatting as if he were swatting a mosquito.
Yes, I'm not quite sure of Marcus's approach. Maybe he's worked out what he needs to do, but I would imagine that he's batting with the Centurion. He was the night watchman.
Yep.
You know, his job should really be to keep Barbados in the field as long as possible. Just hang around, support the batter, get Barbados, make them frustrated. You know, if he continues like this, it's only a matter of time before he loses his wicket.
Short third man has been put in. That's Wickham for the top edge. Lovely delivery. The left arm angling the ball across the right-hander.
Yeah, looking for short ball again, so end up playing down the wrong line.
So two slips. Well, I mean, looks as if it's going to be a change, really, because Wickham is going to go back into the slip cordon. You can see him coming from third man. And that place is going to be taken by Jamal Warkan. Another swipe. The ball taken by the keeper down by his bootlaces. I'm a bit concerned, though, that the man that you're seeing on your screen has lost pace. 2 years ago, he really was very sharp. Picked up a couple of wickets, but I really want to see him get back his pace, because he was sharpish. Now he goes again. That's the kind of batting that you're going to have. Big swipe. Down to backward square. Not the type to invite the schoolboy to see. It was a touch agricultural. And of course, the crop has started in Barbados.
Yeah, strange tactics by Marcus. Don't really see too many night watchmen play like this, Andrew. Maybe he wants to give the finish today.
Yep. Of course, as a result of the crop, you get the crop over. Which is a grand time. Trinidad just had their carnival. Had carnival Tuesday a couple of days ago. Around June, July, Barbados will have his crop over. Here's Roach to bowl to Marcus. And he's bowled him! That was very much on the cards. Pitched up. Beautifully bowled by the veteran.
Easy wicket for Roach. Marcus really, I think he lost the plot in this little session here. It's been stop and start, and his approach in the last over really suggested, Andrew, that there wouldn't be any permanency to his stay at the crease. Just lasted a couple more balls after that. First straight ball from Roach, and just knocked him over.
Yeah, he's just rehearsing the forward defensive shot, and even when he rehearsed it, there was a big gap between bat and pad. He's gone back to pavilion, Marcus. Wonderful young man. Had a good chat with him last night at the reception. Very chirpy individual.
He's just giving the incoming batsman advice.
Yeah, he is. Poran. Well, I mean, this is not good batting at all. Oh.
He just moved towards the leg, exposed his stumps. And Roach said, "Thank you very much." There he goes.
Yeah, good camera work again there. And now he rehearses the shot. Should look back and see what happened as a result of his poor execution. So Barbados have been able to get another scalp. And that mallet is being applied again. Did you use the mallet in your day, Roland?
I don't think it was invented then, Andrew.
What did you use then? Your boot?
Just got on with it.
Yeah. So the mallet being used. The groundsman is very gentle. He's not very aggressive and just compressing. So there's Kemar Roach. There's some who feel that he should continue, and there's some who feel that the time has come that a decision should be taken for a move on. What's your view on that? I know that there are various chats.
I don't have a particular view.
On YouTube.
I don't have a particular view, Andrew.
You don't?
I'm sure Kemar Roach is someone
So
still.
should I ask you then? I mean, what do you think? You think he should make way, or I should continue?
No, I mean, if he's enjoying the game and he's fit and healthy and he can still perform and he can outperform his contemporaries, there's nothing wrong with him continuing. And he's someone who likes the game of cricket.
Well, he's going to bowl to Poran.
You know, if he didn't like the game of cricket, even at his advanced age, he wouldn't be playing in this game, in this four-day competition. But the fact that he's willing to play suggests to me that he's still enjoying his time as a first-class cricketer and believes that he can contribute to the team.
Well, so we invite your thoughts on that. Do you think Kemar should continue? You think we should look to the future? Good in swinger. Well, he used to be sharp as a 19-year-old.
Yeah. I don't think, Drew, that Kemar will wait for anyone to tell him when it's time to go. I think he's played this game long enough to know that when the time comes and he believes that his body, number one, cannot take it anymore, two, the results are not happening, And 3, there's a different thinking within the selection of the team. I think he will sum that up and make his decision.
Well, he looks for his third wicket. He got rid of the captain late on the second afternoon, Jeremiah, and has already disturbed the stumps of Marcus, who was a much better bowler than the batsman, and that's very easy to work out. Now, Australia coming in June. Question for you, Roland Butcher: would you play him?
I guess the Australians, yes, because you're going to need somebody who can bowl long spells and good line in length, because if Australia send a reasonably strong side, you're not going to blast them out. There's nobody here to blast them out, so you must assume that you're going to spend quite a fair amount of time in the field. So his experience will be needed.
Interesting comments coming from you. Of course, you can comment on that. Jason Holder looks as if he wants to come back. Not sure that you'd have a Holder and a Roach in the same side, because one would imagine that Jaden Seals will be the leader of the pack, along with Alzari Joseph and Shamar Joseph. That's gone past the keeper, ill-directed. 4 byes given by the umpire. A bit harsh on the keeper. That was very wide. Yeah. I would have certainly called that wide, but he called byes.
Yeah. But Andrew, I think there's room for both of them in the group of bowlers, because you cannot just have the 4 fast bowlers within your group and then that's it. You must have someone else who can come into the side through injury or loss of form. So both, I think, Roach and Jason Holder will have a part to play.
In the same side?
And I'm saying the same 11, but I talk squad. I talk squad.
Right.
Because while you've got 11 on the field,
right,
you must also plan for eventualities.
Right.
If there's an injury or loss of form, who do you bring in?
Mm-hmm. So they may be in the same squad, but not in the same 11.
Yeah, that's very likely. Very likely that they will have, as you said, Roach. You'll have the 2 Joseph,
right,
Seals,
right.
You got Roach and Holder. That's your 5 pacers in your squad.
Right. Okay.
And then the likelihood is, 2 spinners, or he can. Chase will be considered probably the other spinner.
What about Moti?
Yeah, well, you've got Warwican. You got Warwican and Moti, and if you need to play a 3rd spinner as well,
Chase.
Chase could obviously be in the setup as a batter,
right?
Who bowls as well, gives you a bit of balance. But it's nice to have the options that if Roach is not in the team, or if one of the spinners are not in the team, at least you've got those players available to come into the team. And make no mistake about it. I mean, Australia, it's the start of a new World Test Championship cycle. Right. So I don't suspect Australia will send an understrength team to the Caribbean.
No, not at all.
I think they'll be looking for points, so they will bring a strong team.
Now, do you think someone like Justin Graves will challenge? He had a pretty good time in Australia. It's gone off the boil a bit in recent times, but you think he could challenge for the all-rounder spot?
Yeah, most definitely. I think he would be a contender. I guess when they sit down for that space, I think his name will come into the discussion as well, and so it should, because he hasn't done that badly. No one has been outstanding, so you can't really write off his chance of maybe making it into the squad.
Not up, says the umpire.
Probably pitching outside.
I think that's what would have saved him with the angle.
Simmons don't think so, but we'll wait and see.
Fast bowlers never ever think that that they should be denied a wicket. Yeah, I think it might have pitched outside it. Like kept a bit low.
Yeah, I think the replay will confirm whether that ball is pitched outside leg or not. Yeah,
You reckon?
I reckon.
Okay.
Just outside.
Not a vociferous appeal. It was more of an inquiry.
Yes, probably. Yeah, very with the naked eye would have been a difficult one for an umpire. When you think about it, Andrew, the umpires don't see tram lines like we do in the commentary box or spectators. So when you see a marginal LBW decision on TV, you know, just translate that to the umpire where the game is unfolding quickly and there's no tram lines, there's no slow motion, there's nothing. And that marginal decision, if the umpire gets it wrong, you've got to live with that because he doesn't have the technology to help him. Maybe we need to move to the football scenario of VAR where the umpire can say, check that for me.
Yeah. VAR has been getting it wrong too. Roland. Lovely delivery. Beautifully bowled indeed.
Well, there's nothing wrong with VAR. It is the implications, the application of VAR. That has been a problem. The technology itself is okay, but the interpretation by some people is what the problem is.
Yep. Talking about VAR, Man United.
Yeah.
1-1 yesterday. Saw the game, Roland?
No, I unfortunately, Andrew, I don't rush to see Manchester United matches anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I follow the results, but the level of football doesn't draw me to the game, the games. I know you're a passionate supporter, and you will watch them even if they play in Division 5. But at heart, I'm still, I'm still there with them. But I want to see better.
Yeah, you don't ever get the feeling that they'll go into a game and you feel that they'll win it.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't matter who they're playing. I never say with any degree of certainty that they're going to win that game.
Yep. Well, these things happen. Of course, you can look at some trends, really. I mean, look at the West Indies. I mean, powerhouses between 1980 and 1995, not losing a test series. And, looks what's happened. I mean, we're just trying to get back to the top again. It's going to be hard work.
Yeah, I think the difference is, Andrew, that you could see our demise coming.
Yep.
I'm not too sure that I saw Manchester United demise
Not even after Alex
coming
left.
to the extent that it did.
Not even after he left. 2013 is it? I think. It's a long time in the wilderness for such a great club. And the point you make.
Can you remember? Not too long ago, Manchester United was the richest club in the world.
Now it's struggling. Beautifully bowled again. Bouters
and now, Andrew, they've just they've just laid off 200-300 people.
Yep.
Because they cannot afford it anymore. Okay. Manchester United, no.
Okay. Something is wrong. Yeah.
Something is seriously wrong.
Yeah, you're right. Well, let's hope they get back to.
And they were the richest club with the powerhouses of Barcelona and Real Madrid, etc.
Yep.
They were richer than them, and suddenly now they are
struggling.
Can't buy a player.
Can't buy a plate of food.
I think you'll have to loan them some commission, Andrew, to get a star player this summer.
Well, they're struggling. But I suppose Hope urges on and tell us tomorrow will be better.
But this new Championship League, Andrew, coming up is gonna help Chelsea and Man City even further, because the projection is 100 million for 4 weeks. That's what those teams will get.
Wow.
4 weeks work.
Roach has been on the money, bang on target. That's what he does so very well. Kemar Roach working the batsman over.
And that's exactly what you will need against Australia. That level of consistency where, he doesn't bowl a lot of bad deliveries. And as you know, our pitches are not conducive for expansive stroke plays. So, Roach will still have a critical role to play.
So we can quote the former England batsman, Roland Butcher. But it's in primetime sports. And
who's no longer in a position to
that's true
pick
too.
or drop him.
Yeah, haven't been fired. Well, in fact, when Mr. Bascom was on our show, he said you weren't fired, you were just relieved of the job. Got old Miles Bascom, I'm sure he's watching the stream, maybe watching the Windwards. But young Poran looks solid. He reminds me a little bit of Sarwan in his stroke play. Look at that. Yeah, that's a bit of Sarwan there for you. He strikes you like someone who times the ball nicely. Well, he didn't get too many runs in the first innings. Looks very elegant kind of a player. Of course, we've had over the years some very elegant batsmen, and Ronnie Sarwan, Carl Hooper, Lawrence Rowe. Very easy on the eyes.
Yeah, all of those players were players that appear to have time to play the ball.
Nice stance. Looks like a cricketer, at least. We got a run. Yeah, he looks like a fella that you'll enjoy watching bat if he gets going with his lovely drives, good defense. Even is not that kind of a player. Bit stodgy sometimes, but very effective.
But what Evelyn has, Andrew, is grit. He looks a gritty fighter, and those are good qualities to have.
So just let me remind you, you can make the adjustment. We've had 2 interruptions, and there has been an adjustment in terms of the time for lunch today. It's going to be at 1 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time. Of course, that's 12 o'clock in Jamaica. The Jamaicans are under tremendous pressure there. They're the Scorpions, and they've been stung yet again this season. So the sun is out in all of its brilliance now. Lovely breeze coming across the ground as well. Let's hope it stays this way and we can get a lot of cricket in today. CCC looking to carry this game into the final day tomorrow. We allowed that to go by. That was very close to the off stump. Is he a mathematician?
I think it's a good leave. That the height was while it came back in. I think it came back after it's really gone past the stumps, and the height was never threatening. So it turned out to be a very good leave by Puran, just judging the line well.
Philo Wallace behind me. He's going to be coming a call in very soon. The former Barbados and West Indies hard-hitting batsman. 12, make that 10 overs gone, 21 for 2, CCC.
I saw a fellow Wallace this morning carrying a war chest under his arm.
Really?
But then he eventually told me no, it was a modern day cooler. But I thought it was something that you carry the crown jewels in. But
well said.
It looked
said.
It looked rather heavy.
Mm-hmm. And you see Philo nowadays, he's put on quite a bit of weight. He's like a heavyweight boxer, Philo. Of course, spent a couple of years in England, having those pies up there, and lots of steak as well.
Is he back for good now, or just
Well,
passing through?
You never know with Philo. He's going to come pretty soon, so you could ask him. I'm going to take a break and let you converse with Philo Alfonso Wallace. I understand he's running for the post of president of the Barbados Cricket Association. That election is going to be in August, I understand.
I wish him well.
Getting very square there, Evelyn. But got baton to the ball in time.
Yeah, what he did well there, Andrew, was kept his eye on the ball. Came in late. Roach predominantly looking to bring it back to Evelyn, looking to try and get him LBW.
So he's produced a couple of in-swingers. Let's see if he'll go the other way with this delivery. Oh, that's very well played indeed. Beautiful shot. Threw it off. That's gone for 4.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous shot. Just slightly overpitched.
Yeah, as you said, slightly over pitch, elbows well cocked, pass a bit off. Lots of timing in the shot as well. Yes, he's really batted well and looked pretty comfortable against the spinners. And will have to bat for quite a long period to save his side. That is in a spot of bother. Barbados looking for win number 3. Got a big game coming up against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It starts next Wednesday. People are looking forward to that. Trinidad, they've played good cricket so far for the year.
No ball call. I think, Andrew, you'll be pleased to know that your favorite wicketkeeper has just scored 300s in a row.
Yep. Josh De Silva. I wonder if that will get him back into the side. Philo Wallace will tell you in a short while, having lived in Trinidad for about, 15 years, I'm told. That's aerial, but we'll get runs. Back for the second.
Yes, but you score 300s in a row. You must be doing something right. You can't be lucky all the time.
But Imlach has come into the side and has looked pretty good. I thought his innings of 30 odd in the second test got the West Indies a score that they could have defended successfully, and looks good behind the stumps. In fact, he looks good in front and behind the stumps. Young Imlach from Guyana.
So maybe the server should challenge for a batting position.
This is good bowling by Roach. Just on top of the off stump. Evelyn playing with a bit of suspicion there. So the over comes to an end, 28 for 2.
Yes, welcome, Philo. Always a pleasure to see you, and you've come just at the right time when your friend and colleague and fellow, your co-host Andrew Mason announced your candidacy for the presidency of the Barbados Cricket Association.
Seems like a big topic. The other important things, the more important things to talk about. But again, Roland, obviously good afternoon to you and our viewers around the world. The batting of Evelyn, centurion in the first innings and looking to obviously look for a big innings in the second.
Yeah, I like what I see in this young boy. He's not your flamboyant stroke maker that most West Indians like to see, but what he has got is what he has got, Philo, is a good solid technique, and he looks as if he likes a battle.
Yeah.
That he's going to fight it out. He's gritty, and I think those are qualities that can take you a long way in this game.
Yeah, well, his father told me this morning that he's looking for a 50. I said on the surface like this, after scoring 100 in the first innings, it should be more than 50.
For a 50? If he gets a 50, I think he better be looking for 100 if he gets to a 50.
Shot.
Gorgeous.
Oh my golly. Oh, that was exquisite.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot by Puran. He also looks very organised. Andrew remarked there's a touch of Ronnie Sarwan in the way he sets up.
Yeah. I mean you see a small batter in the stature just looked the part. You know, he looked innocuous playing that short ball. But then Simmons was guilty of coming on full on a beautiful executed drive from Puran. What do you think of Simmons coming around the wicket?
If he's able to get the ball to leave the batter from around the wicket, then it's not a bad ploy. There hasn't been much indication of that happening from around the wicket. Just seems to be coming in with the angle. If he can get it to go away from around the wicket, then it could be a business. Cut.
Over the top of gully and down to the third man boundary. Fortune favors the brave. Wide delivery. Asked to be hit. Got the top edge. But again, he's looking to score, Roland. They're in deficit 160 odd. So scoring runs is going to be paramount, not just batting long.
Yeah, that's very important. You know, if you can keep the scoreboard ticking, that it will put the opposition also on the defensive, because they will realize that they want to stop you scoring as well. So when you get bad balls, you've got to put it away.
Simmons' approach in this second innings, I think he looks a lot more comfortable. And at the end of that over, the combined campuses and colleges, they're 36 for 2. Because these two have to build a partnership. There's no doubt about it. Lunch has been pushed forward to 1 o'clock. So they still have about 55 minutes left before they get to lunch. And these two should be telling themselves we need to get to 1 o'clock without any further loss.
Yeah, I think that's got to be a target, certainly, to do that. But I think what is more important for these two young players is to really, show that against this sort of opposition, that they can perform and perform well. So it'd be important for them to bat as long as possible.
And you're right about Puran. He has a cut-off run in Sarwan, which is good, because normally our young players, they're like Kohli. It's good to see, and they look like with the other international players from outside of the region. But this guy Puran, they're certainly right. That shot reminds me of Sarwan.
A lot of time for this young man, Philo.
Evelyn, Demel Evelyn. He looks good. It's a
Yeah,
beautiful shot.
He's
not flustered.
he doesn't look out of place at all.
No. But there's a big transformation from 140 something runs in elite cricket in Barbados to show this kind of skill and character. Tells you that there's a lot of work that had to be going on, and there's a lot of self-belief. I know his setup is not appropriate because he's very low, but when he gets into position, he's in the right position more often than not to play the shots.
Yeah, some, as you would know, Philo, as an ex-player, there are some players who, for some reason, does not perform at the next level down, but you put them on that stage, and it's a different ball game. And I've seen a lot of those in my career, that at club level or at county level, for some reason, whether they're motivated or not, they don't perform, but you put them on the higher stage.
Loose. What you're fighting for the drive, or just zipping past the outside edge. But why is that? Is it mental, or do they like the challenge at the next level to bring out the best in them?
Yeah, I think at that next level, the challenge to perform brings them, brings the best out of them. It's like, it is out there is their stage. That's the theatre.
Yeah, yeah.
You saw David go in county cricket, and
Not interested.
there was no big shakes. There was no performance, but then he steps onto the next stage, and you see a different. But there's some people like that, and yet, you also get those who are bullies at the low level, but then can't translate
at the top.
At the top. But I will follow this young man's career with interest.
At the end of another over from Kemar Roach, who continues to operate from the northern end. The combined campuses and colleges in their second innings, a 38 for 2. Still a long road to travel in order to make Barbados bat again. Barbados leading by 162 runs last night off the back of a very good century from Roston Chase. But the Mel Evelyn, he's there. He's the one that has to lead this batting.
Yeah, even on his young shoulders, he's tasked with that responsibility.
Jason Holder is going to replace Ramon Simmons from the southern end, or the Malcolm Marshall end. What do you think about Roach this morning, Rodan?
This morning, I think Roach, typical Roach, just probing. He's not going to blast you out anymore. He's going to work. He's going to work your technique. That's what he's going to do, and for long periods.
Jason Holder into the attack, a typical Jason Holder delivery, back of a length, just outside the off stump. And Pooran short in stature, this is going to be a challenge for him. Because Jason's height, you would expect the ball to bounce a bit more than a Ramon Simmons. Into poke swing.
Yeah, it's kept a bit low, but he was on the back foot, perhaps. His delivery to get forward, I guess, because of Jason Holder's height. He's not thinking forward, but should generally be thinking forward.
Played another short ball, a bit more effort there from Jason Holder. We take a Jason, Roland. He's back playing red ball cricket.
Yeah, I think Jason now is in the phase now where he's trying to find his way back into, he wouldn't have played red ball cricket for a considerable amount of time, so it's going to take him a little while just to get his rhythm back, just to get the feel of bowling 10, 15, 20 overs.
Yes.
As you know, in white ball cricket, you're not going to bowl 10, 20 overs. In the T20 game, if you have a good day, you get to bowl all 4.
Yeah.
There's always a good chance that you don't bowl 4 because you leak runs. So it's not proper training for this type of cricket. So Jason, I'm not going to judge Jason early. I'm going to let him play the rest of these games, and let him get his rhythm back into bowling long spells. Nets is fine. You can go and bowl 5, 6 overs in the net, but when you get somebody out in the nets, there's no elation by anybody. There's no counting of a wicket.
Yes.
Or if somebody's on top of you. In this situation here now, it tests everything.
The game situation is where the pressure is on.
That's where the pressure is, and so if he can play these games.
It's defended by Pooran in the approved man into the offside. Made it over from Jason Holder. At the end of that over, combined campuses and colleges are 38 for 2.
Starts for the maiden.
So we're going to see another bowling change. Matthew Ford is going to replace Kemar Roche of the northern end. What do you thought about the combined campuses and colleges performance yesterday in the field?
I'll be very honest with you, Phil. I thought the ground fielding was very ordinary. Thought they made too many simple, fundamental mistakes with the ground fielding. The captain was guilty on many occasions of allowing the ball to just go straight through him, and on every occasion it went for 4, which would be pretty annoying for the bowlers as well. But yeah, they were not the best in the outfield.
Dead ball disingled by umpire Reefer, Les Reefer Jr., who's been traveling quite a bit, Roland, around the world with umpiring. He was just in Dubai. I know that Simon Toffel has a lot of good things to say about him. And he told me that he lives on the road now.
Yeah, that's the modern umpire, just like the modern player. no 2 weeks you find them in the same country, and that appears to be the future of the international game.
Wide delivery outside the off stump again. Evelyn showing good judgment. His father said that he loves to bat long.
Well, that's not a bad thing to have up your sleeves. You know, Jeff Boycott would always say, "You don't get runs in the pavilion, son."
Matthew Ford, first season in first class cricket, had a good start in Guyana, 5-wicket haul, 80, but it's found it going tough since then. Don't think he's got scored a lot of runs since that 80 out in Guyana, but his bowling as well has come on after obviously being a white ball dominant bowler to turn to the red ball. And his efforts.
Yeah, well, he's got to learn this format of the game as well. I mean, he's limited experience in this format. So while he may have had a reasonable start, I would expect that there will be a leveling out pretty soon, where it's going to be pretty hard work for him. And the question is whether he can get past that.
Yeah.
And that's really, listen, that's going to be the problem for all white ball cricketers who feel they can be red ball cricketers.
Yeah, because it's either 4 overs or 10 overs, particularly for the bowlers, and the batters is what, they spend 3 hours in the field.
Yeah, listen, 4 overs in white ball cricket, field spread, batsmen going after everything, compared to where you got a bowl, slips and gullies. Batters are going to be a lot more patient. They're going to leave balls.
Yeah.
They're going to wait for you to get tired, the ball get old. You know, that's something you have to learn to deal with.
It started well, Matthew Ford, another maiden. Well negotiated by Evelyn. Century in the first innings. At the end of that over, the combined campuses and colleges, they remain on 38 for 2.
I will leave you in the capable hands of Henderson Wallace.
I think it's good hands to be in. I don't think he ever dropped a lot. He didn't drop a lot of catches in his career, so it's all right. I say good afternoon to Hendy Wallace. The players take a much needed drink break.
So the combined campuses and colleges certainly making a fist of it. Those two, well, one wicket going early today. Not exactly going hell for leather, but it's fair to say that both batters are looking very comfortable at the crease. Pooran initially looked a little bit uncertain, but now he's looking a lot better. Faced with a slightly different proposition now with Jason Holder coming from the southern end in his second over. I think I heard you and Butch Philo talking about it as a batter, you know, what adjustments you need to make. He would have been facing Ramon Simmons, who's probably about 5'9" or 10, and then suddenly he has to negotiate. And when I say negotiate, in terms of judging the length of a bowler who is now 6'7".
Yeah. And he's a short man in stature as well, Pooran.
And for CCC, they just want to eat away at that deficit. It's now trailing by 128 runs. And there's no shot that's 128. So it's all about grafting, eating away, building that frustration. We saw a couple of deliveries staying low just before the second interruption, or just after the second interruption. But by and large, it seems to be just leveling out nicely. And I suspect that the odd delivery that we saw scooting along the surface may have something to do with the ball getting the seam, getting some moisture in it, and on hitting the deck, just skating through.
Just getting through. But when you look at Jason as well, he looks a lot better. His approach to the crease is a lot better. He's moving in smoother. And I'm not deaf, but the ball is hitting the back quite hard.
That's going to go a long way to the boundary. I don't think the man will be able to get it wrong in time. So ill-directed. And Jason immediately looks at his boots, gets the bail off too, so that he's suggesting that his footing was not as secure for that delivery.
Yeah, but you know, once upon a time, well, be it former cricketers, you hardly used to get forward to fine leg. The fielder was always somewhere close. No, it's...
Well, and I tried to analyze that in recent times, because certainly when we played, you see this delivery just angled all the way down the leg, so you really just want to get bat on it. We probably don't see the leg glance as much nowadays, but you know, the first man that you set the field for was the fine leg. Yeah. Now, I will admit that one of the reasons for that is that a high percentage of deliveries were at head height. So he became a very important person that got fine leg.
Yes. Right, because the fields are oval now.
But no, I suppose, you know, if you are the sort of bowler that prides yourself on accuracy and holding that off stump line, then that fine leg almost becomes, you know, innocuous.
Yes.
Solid in defense there is Pooran. No troubles there whatsoever. 16 overs completed, and the CCC 42 for 2. Matthew Ford will continue. Now he's in his second over, bowling from the Joel Garner end. Maybe asked to perform a slightly different role. In the first innings, I think he contributed a lot to the capitulation of the combined campuses and colleges, because he performed that holding role, dried up the scoring, etc., etc. I think in this phase, Captain Brathwaite might be more asking Ford to go on the attacking role. By that I mean looking to take wickets.
Yeah, we saw umpire Liza Reefer Jr. going down the pitch, obviously, and having a look, trying asking him to just step off, don't infringe on that playing surface, that area. There's a danger area that a bowler is not supposed to impede. And we had a shot there with Evelyn. He's batting way out of his crease.
I suppose again with the not express pace, he's probably trying to get as close as possible to the length that Ford is bowling, and I suppose not having that concern about a bouncer having to negotiate something from your throat.
Lovely shot there by Evelyn. Got the opportunity to free his arms and down to the boundary for 4. White third man. Good control stroke.
It's amazing what a century can do for you in terms of confidence. He looks very confident at the crease. And I just suspect that Ford is not as comfortable bowling from this end, the northern end. And with the umpire already mentioning to him to get off, he's probably just starting a little bit wider on the crease than normal. That's better.
Some people might say that the CCC are going slowly, but there's so much time left in this game that it's important that they try to, as you said, eat into that deficit, and also the longer they bat, the more time that they'll consume and try to push Barbados into day 4. If they push Barbados into day 4, Hendy, would it be a moral victory for them?
Absolutely. I don't think you can just look at the end result right now. There's 72 overs left in the day after this over. That's a bit fortuitous, but there's no one down there, and another boundary to Evelyn.
And as you said, a first in his 100 gives you lots of confidence. If that 4 brought it to 50 for the CCC, they're 50 for 2 in 16.5 overs. Now we're going to see a field change. Is it Warwicken? No, that is McCaskey. He's come out of mid-wicket and he's gone into gully.
A 50 for 2, combined campuses and colleges, 17 overs gone, still 116 behind.
It's going to be Roston Chase, the first in his destroyer, who's going to pick up the attack from the southern end, replacing Jason Holder, who's only had a couple of overs.
Yeah, you spoke about what it would mean for the CCC to take this game into day 4. So to do that, first of all, we look at stages. It's not just occupation of the crease, because that deficit will always be in the peripheral view. So it's about how you negotiate the phases. I think this partnership is just blossoming nicely, but this is the other phase that they would have to contend with, the spinning options from the Barbados Pride. We felt that this would be key in the exchanges today, not anticipating the showers that we had earlier, but the ground basks in sunshine now.
Maybe those showers as well, and they would have delayed the introduction of Ross and Chase. With the outfield being wet, the ball, but the sunshine has blessed us, so we're in for a good showing here, hopefully.
Should pick up a couple of runs here. This is a little bit on the short side. And with those two catchers on the leg side, forward short leg and a leg slip, suggests to me that Chase is looking to bowl between middle and leg stump. And I thought with the success he had in the first innings,
Yes.
that he'd be more inclined to challenge the outside edge of the bat.
Yes. It's amazing how things can change. Because he started this way in the first innings, just bowling that, as you said, that white ball line, trying to stop the batter from scoring. And then when he went to the traditional off stump line, he got his success.
And maybe that's the reason why. But I think he should be encouraged by that if the batter is looking to play inside to out, aerial. And ideally for this, the finger spinner, you're looking to slip that ball in through the gate. Invite him to drive, have your strong field as an extra cover, and invite the drive and looking to spin that ball in.
End of Chase first over. At the end of that over, the combined campuses and colleges are 54 for 2, with 18 overs gone. I must admit, Andy, looking at Evelyn, the Mel Evelyn on the screen, he's strong. He has some big forearms.
Yeah, he looks like a middleweight boxer.
Yeah.
That one just dying before it got through to Boucher. Yeah, he's got those big forearms. And I was chatting yesterday to find out, when he retired in the first innings, what was the issue, because when he was
Cramp.
leaving the field, I thought he had broken a bone,
Cramp.
but apparently it was cramp, and
Cramp, yeah.
I know that can be very, very uncomfortable. But when you're 100, Philo, I mean,
They don't get cramp.
you need a bulldozer to move you from up there.
Don't feel pain.
Now that's interesting. I thought that Ford initially aborted the appeal. It looked straight enough, but I thought with Ford aborting his appeal that maybe there was an inside edge. But given the reaction of Evelyn, he might be saying, "Gosh, I feel hard done hit." It did stay down. It looked straight enough, but I was just going on Ford's reaction where he aborted his appeal.
Yeah, I thought Ford did not appeal, because it looked adjacent. Even is shaking his head, obviously. Maybe not happy with the decision. We're going to have a look at it here.
Yeah, it certainly looked straight enough. I'm just wondering if there might have been an inside edge. Certainly came back and just above the knee roll. He's
Yeah.
not very tall,
No,
but
he
you see the feelers behind the bat going up. But Ford, he aborted the peel.
yeah, 'cause Ford looked and said it was high.
Yeah, I thought he was like, well, there we are. Umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. had no doubt whatsoever. Maybe that's the bulldozer you're talking about. That's got rid of Evelyn, and maybe
Yes.
that's what he needed. He's obviously not happy with that.
No, he's not at all. Oh, it's at the sideline, and the reserve players gesticulating height. But the dreaded figure has been raised. As CCC has lost their third wicket. They inform Evelyn, the Centurion, from the first innings, and did now 54 for 3.
The new batter is Shakir Paris. Another exciting young talent, free scoring player.
Yeah, from the first innings, judging from the first innings, he likes to get on with it. There is a touch of class about him, but he has to be able to mix aggression with defense and game situation, game awareness as well.
Well, I think we live in a stylish era, so just about everyone is stylish, but you really want to see those numbers at the back end.
And he too is batting out of his crease with Matthew Ford.
So it might be an instruction from the team, you know, with the likelihood that the bunks will stay down to get as far forward as possible. And I think we mentioned this in the first innings. He has an interesting stance where his front foot is turned out quite appreciably.
That's the in swinger. But he's a talent, and he's unsure against a good bowling attack. Wickham is having fun. It's amazing what runs make you do. I'm glad to see him enjoying himself, though.
But that's one half the battle. You know, if you can enjoy yourself out there, it just makes. I guess it's like anything, your job. If you can enjoy it, if you can have fun doing it, then it probably makes it a little bit easier. There's that front foot just turned out slightly, and he's off the mark.
I met his father 2 days ago, and he told me that he's trying to get his son to understand that aggression has to be mixed with defense. You can't be ultra aggressive. There comes a time where you have to defend and look at the situation of the game and your team situation as well. At the end of that successful Matthew Ford's over, combined campuses and colleges, they're 55 for 3 in 19 overs.
So the leg slip now has been removed, and he's over at in the covers. So maybe that suggests, and he's just out of the sight of your picture there, and maybe that will suggest that Chase is going to alter his line. Let's see.
Did he alter his line?
Well, I'm actually not sure. Yeah, it wasn't quite as straight, but I was surprised that with Paris just coming to the crease,
Yes.
the mid-on was so deep. Yeah, I get the impression he just lost his grip there for that particular delivery, just going on his reaction after he completed.
I like to see him bowl a little slower. Give the ball enough time to react off the surface.
Well, that's gone all the way. So maybe that's why we don't know what we're talking about, Philo. That's why he wasn't bowling that line outside off stump, because Puran has jumped all over that, hitting it all the way into the stands for 6.
Maybe they know Puran better than us. It's a fantastic shot. Ball pushed through and just flighted, giving Puran the opportunity to just free his arms. And he hit it clean over extra cover for a maximum. A fantastic cricket shot against an off spinner.
Change of angle, so Chase has decided to go around the wicket now. Again, we see a lot of this in the limited overs in the white ball cricket.
Very well judged single. Hit firmly up to mid-on. Jason Holder is no slouch in the field, but the presence of mind by the two batters, Puran and Paris, two Ps. Very good single.
Yeah, I like the intent. I like the intent, looking to score and looking to run quickly between the wickets. Just over the mid-off fielder and into the boundary there for Paris. Don't know if it's an instruction from inside, but the campaign campuses and colleges pressing on. 67 for 3, 20 overs completed.
Full length delivery, and Paris looking to clear mid-off, which he has done. Ramon Simmons thought he was in the game for a few minutes, but he's just a few inches too short. That is where height is required.
Excellent delivery. Excellent delivery. That probing line. Fifth stump, as we call it. And Puran just guilty of maybe playing slightly away from his body. He'll think back about that and then realize maybe he didn't need to play at the time. But something we see a lot with the modern day batters as well. They like to feel the ball on the bat all the time. And probably play sometimes when they don't need to.
Is that because of the white ball game? Or is just a mindset of the modern day player to not to allow a lot of dot balls and leave balls?
Yeah, some players just like to feel the ball on bat all the time. It doesn't necessarily have to be an attack. It's not necessarily attacking. They just like to feel the ball on bat. It makes them feel better. It helps with the timing as well, because you time the ball even when you're playing defensively.
Yes.
As in the term when you meet the ball, etc. And I suppose when the ball's not doing much, that in itself is an invitation to get back to ball as often as possible. And that's where the good bowlers can mix it up and draw you in using the crease as well. When I say using the crease as to where you deliver the ball, and you can draw the batsman into a bit of misjudgment.
Very well bowled. That drawing, as you said, but Puran said he's not an artiste. It's a good leave. I like this contest. Puran clearly likes to play shots. He wants to get on with it. Situation of the game, CCC. They're 67 for 3. They trail at a deficit of 166. So these two need to consolidate. Puran obviously will have to take the lead.
How did that miss? Puran didn't seem to do a lot wrong. I'm just wondering if there might have been a bit of a gap between the bat and pad, but that shaved the off stump.
He's into a good spell, Matthew Ford, and he doesn't normally bowl from the northern end.
Well, like, any bowler, I suppose you have to make the necessary adjustment. And a couple of overs ago, I wasn't so sure that his rhythm was right, but he seems to be into the groove now. And again, now this is excellent stuff. Excellent stuff from Matthew Ford. Maiden over, 67 for 3.
I can remember Henry when I first played cricket. We used to bat in rubbers. You would dare not bat in spikes. And now everybody bats in spikes. The transition of the equipment, everything has changed in this modern game.
Yeah, I think obviously in different conditions in the leagues and in the UK, where it's necessary to have these spikes, what we call the half spikes, where half the sole has spikes. But then there's a theory, certainly in Australia, when I played in Australia, the requirement was to use spikes because they felt the rubber soles actually burned the grass.
Yeah.
So they long on in position for Paris, and this may have something to do with reputation. And there's only 10 minutes before the scheduled luncheon interval, but maybe that's, as I said, maybe based on reputation.
If Paris gets caught at long on 8 minutes before lunch, and you were the head coach, will you allow him to eat lunch and tea?
Well, maybe his digestive systems wouldn't allow him to have lunch if he was to be dismissed, caught on the boundary just before lunch.
Better over there for Washington Chase. At the end of that over, combined campuses and colleges, there's 68 for 3. Some 22 overs have been bowled. Ford is going to continue for the northern end.
For once off target and just eluding keeper Boucher. I think it came off the pad. Oh no, buys signal. So thought I heard a noise.
Seems to have hurt his finger, Boucher.
Yeah, well, he has a finger that was problematic earlier on in the season. And as you know, those sort of takes when the ball is just bouncing in front of you, with all the best intentions, you've got all those fingers, but the ball will choose to hit the damaged finger.
All the time. It's like an area in your body is swollen, and you keep knocking it.
There's something got wrong at that end. The ball seems to be just shaving the stumps. Maybe the stumps are not in line, but so close. Difficult delivery to play because it did stay down a bit. And the angle, the ball just shaving the off stump. I think Ford is seeing the funny side at the moment.
You know, Paris lucky. He's a tall man. Should be looking to be on the forward press. Not a lot of short balls have been bowled, particularly from the Barbados Prize seamers. Needs to be careful here, Paris.
Now Ford will like that. That was
Yes.
a bit wider, and Paris seemed more comfortable playing the expansive drive, playing away from his body, as opposed to protecting his stumps. So just keep an eye out for a length delivery, a little bit wide of off stump.
7 minutes to 1. I would like to see Paris back to lunch.
Just seems so casual in his stroke play, so languid. So even with that defensive shot, you saw how the back leg just trailed as if he was a ballerina.
There's a calmness about him, but he still has that inner aggression. He has that instinct to want to score. And I know he's peeping at that scoreboard, he's peeping at the clock, and he's really trying to rein himself in. But this has been very good bowling from Matthew Ford. This is his first season in red ball cricket. Normally a white ball specialist, but to see the control that he's shown so far is commendable.
Well, the thing that we all noticed, even in the white ball cricket, was his control of the seam and maintaining that vertical seam, which if you do that repeatedly, you will get some good results. Well left. Good testing over from Matthew Ford, and it's 70 for 3.
At the combined campuses and colleges, they trail by 96. But the most important thing for them would be to get these two batters back into lunch. Roston Chase is going to continue from that southern end, and it's going to be bowling around the wicket to Puran. I know Andrew would say a silly point. It's coming up to lunchtime, but a silly point.
He doesn't usually tell you where to take that fielder from, though. So.
True.
And Camille Puran growing in confidence. He's been there for 55 deliveries already.
Played. One of the good features of the CCC in this game is the way in which they play the spin, the intent to score, the positiveness of getting to the pitch of the ball and stroking the ball either along the ground or going for the big shots. I want to say happy birthday to Sir Vivian Richards, 73 today. I saw him in India in that International Masters tournament.
Yes, happy birthday to the King. Nice shot. Another over successfully negotiated. 73 for 3.
I was wondering when we were going to see Warwickon. This could be the final over before lunch. He has one over before lunch. But last night being in the boardroom, because the BC obviously invites the two teams to come into the boardroom to make some mingle, and Stephen Leslie, the marketing manager, gave a speech. Vice President Hope was there. The Honorable Chief Justice was also there. And I was speaking to some of the players, and they believe that Warwickon could be the man today because of his obviously success as a spin bowler, particularly in Pakistan and the recent tour by West Indies. But he's come back to the region, Hendy, and he has to work that much harder for wickets. They're not as sprint friendly as he thought they would have been.
Agreed, and it has maybe just taught him to be a little bit more patient, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It gives him an opportunity to really showcase his variety. Edge, and just short of the captain at first slip. Again, you know, not much pace in the pitch, so that edge with the batter playing defensively, just going to ground very quickly. You see the captain, they're just taking another step or two closer. And you just keep an eye on Warwican because he's going really wide in the crease. His front foot is almost outside that return crease, which he's allowed to do. And just to angle that ball in and get it to straighten.
Yeah, and he's getting back to his mark quite quickly. He's eager to bowl.
Yeah, Puran not messing around. If it's there to be hit, it could be a minute to lunch. Yeah, he's going to play his strokes. Control shot. And this time deliberately playing it inside to out to elude that fielder at the extra cover position. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. I suspect that Warwican will just make a mental note of that type of stroke play from Puran.
Yes, fortune favors the brave. Puran is not mucking around. The final over before lunch, and he's still looking to score. So it's clear intentions is being shown.
Bit of turn and bounce. Going past the outside edge, and I believe that's going to be the interval, and that last delivery has certainly whet the appetite for what we can look forward to after the interval. So it's lunch here on day 3 of this encounter between the CCC and Barbados Pride. An elongated session due to some early morning showers and some interruptions where we started a bit late. Do join us after the break as the CCC look to battle on. Delayed start this morning, and the night watchman Marcus continued some stout defense, but it really came to an end where he wasn't able to negotiate that delivery from Kemar Roach. But then Eveling and Puran got into the thick of things, seemed to be playing quite freely. Also twice a little bit of fortune, and they were keen to capitalize on anything that was off the mark. And then the defense breached and saw the end of Evelyn, but Puran has clearly made it well known that he's prepared to attack, and there was Paris coming to the crease adopting the same approach. So the combined campuses and colleges 75 for 3. And if that is anything to go by, we can sort of expect some entertainment after lunch. Do come back to join us in about half an hour or so.
for this under-19 title. Today, we're down to the last two. Edge found, and this time, it produces the wicket. Bellamy gets the first strike. Wicket down for Combermere. Driven nicely. Could be two. Oh no, an injury. And it results in a boundary as well. Not good news there for Queen's College.
Even bounce, it seems like nothing. This one is driven brilliantly. Run away in to the boundary with it.
Yes, it does.
8 for 4.
Yeah, umpire Sheena Welch is the umpire, standing umpire. Chance for a catch and brilliantly taken at the deep mid-wicket position. Suspect is a long off as well. Here's an almighty hit, high, hard, and straight into the Greenwich, and here stands as the international players on the back foot and caught. The wicket of RJ Gittins. He takes a short leave and pulls it to the fielder at a straightish mid wicket inside the 30-yard circle.
Gets back and pulls this one out towards that square leg boundary. Hits the ropes now. So that's the first boundary from Macombi. Goes towards that area again. Back-to-back boundaries form a productive end to over number 33. 133 for 4. Well, gets a badly lined one there. And he punches it. So, we're looking at momentum. We're looking to take advantage of deliveries. That was a bad one. Starts the over. Brilliant. Oh, a shot of class from the young man that has spent time at the crease. This is why Combermere love him. Can he keep it going?
Let's see where he would go from.
He drags it down slightly. That's going to be a boundary. That's momentum there. Gets a gift, and a gift accepted to close out the innings. What a way to end things for Combermere. A maximum to take them up to 184 for 5. The catch is put down, but it doesn't matter, given that it was a free hit there. Driven beautifully. Great balance and great execution as well. And it finds its way into the boundary. Lovell gets off the mark. Gets through that offside field again. Could be back-to-back boundaries for him. This is the intent that I've been talking about. This is Lovell. Wow. Hit away with disdain. Well, they would have needed a third or fourth slip for that one. Instead, it's into the boundary. He's not going to miss out on that. He's been informed from the time he came to the crease, and has been flowing boundaries off the bat of Lovell. And third man that was moved just now comes into play, but can't do the job.
And there is wicket number 2 as Hackett at 19 drags on to Davis, and he gets his first wicket. 1 for 19 in the process of his 4th over for her, and a lot of them have come under her 2-play delivery, which is played to the slip region, and the end of Armstrong. They will turn them right around. That went to amaze Queen's College, and they did not get a name to add on to that. I'm sure that the Ferdinands have done a beautiful shot, hit through mid-wicket, lovely shot through long on. Garway, a big 6, short ball delivered by Garway, asking to be hit. Maybe hit over long on. It's on the line, the legs up and worked away. Fine leg has a long run across and cannot get crossed. It's a little too square, the square leg for Raphael Lovell. Well played by the young man, brilliant in his 50. And his 50 came off some 33 deliveries, 66 minutes, 9 fours and 1 650. Off 33 deliveries, 66 minutes, 9 delightful fours and 1 6. A 54 Raphael Lovell as Queen's College amazingly moved to 92 for 3. Beautiful shot over mid-on, which is up, mid-off, sorry. And excellent shot by Lovell.
Hit hard, hit straight.
Any other batter in, take it straight home.
Long on. Had visions of taking that catch. And the ball comes into the sight screen. So
Gets it wrong there. Young Patterson pays the ultimate price. They edge ever closer to what will be the first time that Queen's College hold that title in their hand single-handedly and outright. It's now one hit away now. And he's gone. So he will not take his team over the line. But what a day and what an innings it has been for Raphael Lovell. In 95 of the finest runs he might probably score in his schoolboy career. Deserving of the handshakes and congratulations that he's gotten, because he's pretty much taken Queen's College to the front door.
Now the shatters lengthen here. You see the sweep range out. A lovely shot that by Captain Zandra Baptiste, just sweeping that one past the fine leg area, square leg area for 4.
The moment that they have dreamed of, a moment of history. For the first time, Amaze Queen's College are champions outright of the under-19 cricket in Barbados. They have earned this moment. They have delivered a performance like no other on the biggest of stages. Today, you can say they have carried the light.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for a wonderful game we've had at Kensington Oval. It's good to have the under-19 finals back at the home of cricket in Barbados. This afternoon, we were treated to a very splendid performance from Combermere and Queen's College. Queen's College has come out as the victors.
I now invite Zandra Baptiste of Queen's College to collect the winning trophy for this year. For the first time in their history, Amaze Queen's College champions outright of the BCA Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union Limited Under-19 tournament. Herman Griffith Primary School Cricket Final 2024. It is a contest between Amazing Deals Wesley Hall and Williams Industries West Terrace. As you saw a little earlier, West Terrace, they won the toss, and their captain Ronnie Watson said that they're going to have a bat first.
11 and 2. Watson on 2.
Another misfield means that they can come back for 2 and maybe get a boundary as well. Well, this too could be another boundary. Brilliant use in terms of opening the face of the bat on that one from Ford.
47 no loss.
Yeah, all out there just to do their best, just to make themselves, their parents, and everybody at school proud. Oh, brilliant on the boundary. That's the type of commitment we love to see. Lashed away. A full toss. A no ball for height as well. So add 5 runs to the total.
Finish school with that.
There's someone teaching him the right things from early. Another misfield. Produces another boundary for West Terrace. Another boundary for the captain, Watson.
Right, also leader runs 4.
Whipped over mid-wicket. Whipped into the boundary. This is brilliant. This is beautiful.
20. 1 over point 11. Roll. 2 overs for 14 runs.
Simply sublime from the captain, Watson.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Ill-directed the leg, Great Britain.
That's all. So they are batting, they are getting some runs, and they're looking pretty good.
More runs again. That'll head out towards the boundary and we'll get there. Fade square in the offside. In the air for a bit. That's another good shot. That's going to go out to the boundary. We'll get there as well. Short and punched away through extra cover. Very well played indeed. That's going to be called a wild, I would imagine. On the umpire. It goes away as well. That's gone. A bit like Wayne Daniel. That's going to split the field and we'll go for 4. More runs. It'll go for 4, I believe it does. Cover coming across, could not stop it. And that ball bursting through the fielder's hand. That's gone for 4.
A very good shot again outside the off. Somebody punched this one past the cover area.
Oh, it went through the keeper and also the fielder. Fine leg, and will get bigger and better next year, I would imagine. Chance for a catch, finally! A wicket for a team that has been struggling for a long time. Wesley Hall. Ford is looking for his 50 and will get it too. Pitched up on the off stump, stroked away through the cover area. Wonderful performance by Neymar Ford.
This will be one of those two as they try to get their field right. Bowled him. Linton gets his first wicket of the contest. Oh, they're screaming, they're cheering, and they're dancing here at Friendship. He gets another one. Linton picks him up, LBW. That's 2 for him now in what has been a brilliant spell.
Bailey's primary, Welch's primary, and final delivery.
Slapped into the air, will fall safely. And a missed field, so do they get 2 to close out the innings? Yes, indeed. So winning the toss, opting to bat first, West Terrace. They've posted what is a very dominant total, 214 for 3.
Neymar Ford.
Another case of interesting running to get home though. Signaled leg byes. They were thinking maybe could have gotten their first wicket, but heading down with the angle. Clipped into the leg side. And they get 2. Yeah, but just to go back to Corbin. Oh, wow. Is that close? Is that out? Yes, it is. Well, indeed, it's come via the run-out route. West Terrace have got a big wicket here.
Oh, yes, he definitely has all the traits, all the trademark. I like his consistency of attacking the stumps.
Talking about attacking the stumps, he gets his first of the contest. They're off to the races. Another big one for West Terrace.
And
double delight for Corbin. He's disturbed the woodwork again. They're on a track at the moment. They're running all around here. And running rings around Wesley Hall.
in the ground.
Catch taken with ball number 1. He's brought down another.
Ryan Martindale, the new bowler. So they'll be pitched up.
Wrapped on the pad. He's gone. The destruction continues. And it's wicket number 2 for Martindale.
As he's bowling, as Andrew Mason rejoined us, Hines is comprehensively beaten and bowled by Martindale.
Chance for a run out. He's gone. Yes, no situation. Oh, he's bowled him. More success for West Terrace. Harper departs. More trouble for Wesley Hall. They're 52 for the loss of 8. You know, been given, he missed the full toss. Gittins, given by the umpire. So the many supporters of the West Terrace team, wow, that's it. That's it. Beautiful piece of bowling by Ford, and West Terrace are the champions in 2024, led by one of their best cricketers in Neymar Ford, and they're celebrated. Look at that. What a performance from the West Terrace team, defending a score of 214. Brilliant, excellent, superb. Congratulations to West Terrace.
Hi, I'm Zeda James.
Ashmini Monasar.
And we will be playing embarrassing dad jokes.
Each person will fill their mouth with water and the other person tell them the joke, and the person with the best wins.
And the winner gets the screaming goat. Why was the cat a horrible boyfriend? He liked to hiss and tell.
Which dog has a dribbling problem? A spit bull. Okay. Where do sheep get their hair cut? At the barbash. No. No way. No way.
That was funny, sorry. Who is a dog's favorite actor? Brad Pitbull. I know you would laugh. Come again. Come again.
You better pull your mouth up too. What did the buffalo say when his son left for college? Bye, son. Just spit it out. What's Forrest Gump's password? 1 Forrest 1.
What is a cat's favorite Mexican dish? Burritos.
You can't be saying it like that.
You gotta try and find a way.
What do you call a chicken at the North Pole? Lost.
Take 2. I get another point. She gets another point. Can we get a referral, please, to the umpire? How is that?
There's an edges there. Yes, there is. That's what she's brought into the team for.
What do you call a bear that has no teeth? A gummy bear. Yes!
Sherwin?
Thank you, buddy.
Sherwin? After a long day, unfortunately, the winner is Ashmini, and she gets the smiley goat, the loud goat, or the cheese goat, like, Congratulations.
Thank you, goat.
Greatest of all time.
Me.
Not this trio.
Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Me.
Important things.
Important things,
Nobody late. But like if it's dinner.
Casual, I think me, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
Who lifts the most in the gym?
Maybe between Andy and I.
Oh
no, you look strong too.
You see
but
my legs? Where's your squat?
3.
You win.
Yeah, I think it's 3
I was
285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It varies.
It really depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win. I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
it wasn't good.
You mad?
We're mean on a game.
No, but all them mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football.
They give out participation medals too?
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school
Next.
football level. Wait a minute.
Next.
Hey, I have an intercol game, eh?
I played intercol final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jadon.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I could call. Drew.
What Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Drew do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean to England. It have to be Drew.
He gives you nightmares?
No, he's not giving me nightmares. It's just...
He's make you think a little bit.
Yeah. He's make it hard work. Yeah.
Who is the teacher's pet?
The whole team. All right.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge.
Oh, yeah.
Full stop. Full stop. Conversation done. Nobody else. It ain't nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge for batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
He has some moves.
Louis has some moves. Shema would say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so you can't say.
Shema would say he has some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis. Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Next. Cut. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite.
Casey has the best
Yeah, Casey fresh when
Casey always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer
Sinky.
Nice man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
This is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who are we gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of you two?
Yeah, anybody
Yeah,
there.
anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there?
definitely.
Yeah. Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I think one name that stands is just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig does
Yeah.
be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking, he's just...
So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first. I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia is probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish as well.
And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec
Gifted.
just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together, and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say it, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when they're not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question. Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland.
Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes? Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
Yeah, I think for me it's about representing the region. Not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that test cap, nobody could ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, you know, to represent the region, as just said. And you know how it started for me, it was funny because I had friends who used to play cricket who I would go down on a weekend and watch play cricket and, you know, get the opportunity when they are short. And I know those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well.
What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there. He certainly has. What an innings from Josh De Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something I definitely enjoy.
For me, When Andy made his debut. I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting your first test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, it's scoring the first test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that. And he was looking like he could push on at some stage. And he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this test against Bangladesh?
Win.
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah, not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud. Yeah, that's all.
.22-year-old Matthew Ford from right here in Barbados, Spicestown to be exact. Matthew, it's been a crazy journey for you. I remember actually being here a year ago when you made your one international debut against the same England team. That journey, all that's happened to this point, one word to describe it, what would you say?
Amazing.
And he strikes again. Good delivery, good delivery.
Tell me about your debut as well. Think back to your emotion, the feeling you had. Talk us through that day.
I think for me it was hunger and passion on that day. You know, obviously there were 2 matches in Antigua and I didn't play. And coming to Barbados and being able to debut, I mean, it was really a dream come true. And the atmosphere was absolutely electric.
In the air, a second wicket for Matthew Ford. He is loving this beginnings here in international cricket.
So be able to do that in a series decider, and you know, we're back here again for another series decider. So for me, it's just about repeating the basics and
And welcome back to Kensington Oval for the start of the second session on the third day. 75 for 3. And Paris has got 8. Poran, who's looked pretty solid, is in 30. First ball after the break to be bowled by Ruston. Chased the off spinner, ball into Parish. Barbados hoping to get among the wickets to make this a 3-day affair. CCC looking to stretch it well into the 4th day. Lovely flowing drive by Parish. One who many people think has got lots of ability. I like Poran. Looks a very organized batsman. Hit chase over extra cover for 6 just before lunch. Maybe the shot of the match. But he looks very organized. Good technique. And there's something about him that I like. Very well played. Square in the offside. He'll run up towards the boundary and will get there. Plenty of real estate. Long off and cover, and he played it square down to that squarish cover area for boundary. Yeah, beautifully played. Barbados employing the short mid-on. Of course, there's cover on the boundary as well, just to cut that single out. So, 80 for 3. So Barbados starting with an all-spin attack after lunch. Jamal Warrican. That's a naughty shot. That's a get-out shot. Working, just probing it on top of the off stump. Control so far pretty good. Trying to build some pressure here. Very well bowled indeed. Different length, given a bit more air. So good tight over from Warkan. Comes to another maiden. 80 for 3. Well bowled. That went through with the arm. This is very good cricket. Squaring the batsman up, finding the outside edge. They got the single at the end quite easily, although there was some reluctance on the part of the batsman to go for it. Parrish certainly urged him on to come through for the single. Yeah, the long off has been very much in play in this match. Always an easy single. Interesting feel for the off spinner. The slip, the extra cover, and wide long off. These two have done pretty well so far. Of course, still a mountain to climb, but they've handled the spinners pretty well. Almost yorking himself there, playing over the ball. Another day that ball could have hit the bottom of the bat and gone onto his stumps, but he survives, Parrish. And looking to bat for quite a long time. 83 for 3. Again, Purana's groping to one that went through the arms. Got to be careful. Last over before the luncheon interval, he edged the ball but didn't carry to slip. Warkan is really settling to a good length and line. He's got the silly point waiting. I imagine Barbados will be using a lot of spin in the afternoon, and they've got two very good spinners in Workin and Chase. And this is good tight bowling, not giving any freebies, keeping the pressure on the batsman, bringing him onto the front foot. Now long on is going to come to middle, and that's Wickham. Maybe tempt him to go over the top. And he does, and a brilliant catch is taken. Absolutely brilliant from Kevin Wickham, diving to his right. So Poran goes. It was short, and he pulled it and was superbly taken by Wickham. Credit must be given to Barbados too, because the long on, before the ball was bowled, was placed at a deepish mid-on. Good knock from the young man. I think there's something in him as a batsman. Yeah, short. He's swinging the ball away. Let's look at Wickham. Where is he? Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Having to dive to his right. Kept his eyes on it. Ball was dropping. And he poached it. Good cricketer. Yeah, too short. And Wickham having to go across to his right. He took that ball from outside the line of the off stump, and Wickham having to dive away to his right to catch it. Good cricket he is. Many who feel that he's got the ability to go all the way. He's a good catcher, decent medium fast bowler, decent keeper. He also bowls leg spin and off spin. Kevin Wickham. So the very experienced Kieran Powell comes to the crease. He's come to the crease with his team in a spot of bother here. He's got a bat for quite a long time. Lovely weather in Bridgetown now. The sun is out in all of his brilliance. Spoke to him on Tuesday night on the show Mason and Guess. He said he wants to make 100 against Barbados. He says he loves to play against Barbados. Powell. Thought he might have just run out of gas when he got out in the first innings. Looked a bit tired and dragged the ball and was caught down at long on. Quite prepared to use his feet too. The clever off spinner in Roston Chase. Chase, who bowled so well in the first innings, picking up 5 wickets, followed up with a 100 that gave Barbados a sizable first innings lead of 166. On the back foot, pushing into the onside. Down to that forward short leg area to end an over tremendous probe from Roston Chase. 84 for 4. Roach picking up 2 at the top. Ford 1. I thought Ford bowled very well. So Barbados able to break that partnership which was developing. Work and to continue. And that's going to go for 4. Through mid wicket. No pressure at all there from the right-handed batsman. It was just on about the line of the leg stump. And there's plenty of real estate on the onside. In fact, now Warkan decides to put the mid wicket in. That's Ramon Simmons. There's just 2 fillers on the onside. Mid-on, deepish, and mid-wicket right on the boundary. So there's an offside bias to this field, as you would expect with a left-arm spinner. Turn the ball away from the right-hander. Badly lined. Some work for Simmons to do. Barbados would love to get rid of Kieran Powell early. He's a dangerous batsman, batting in the middle. Suppose he's there just to help the middle order. An opening batsman by upbringing. But he gets a run, prepared to use his feet to the spinners. Bit of rough in front of the pop-in crease. And we've seen a bit of this from the CCC in terms of the use of the feet. Yeah, Shakir Paris, I mean, there are many people who reckon he's got a lot of ability. And he's got to make a statement. I mean, we see him here in local cricket in Barbados, and we do know of his ability, but you've got to go beyond potential. Wouldn't want anyone to say that you've got more potential than runs. 90 for the loss of 4. So Chase just attacking Paul just outside the off stump, trying to invite indiscretion. Certainly trusting the pitch, elected to go back when he could have come forward to end another tight over from Roston Chaser Maiden. 90 for 4. Good cricket by Parrish, recognising that a lot of real estate on the onside mid wicket, and just turned the wrist on impact, got the ball down to mid wicket for 1. Morgan just trying to get him to play across the ball with the left arm spin. Clearly going down the leg side. Might have been some bat as well. Paul very quiet. Faced 14 balls for 2. Paris has faced 37 for 17. Orkan just employing the aggression with a slip silly point. There's also a short mid-off and short extra cover. So things are pretty tight at the moment. 92 for a loss of 4. So good battle between Chase and the very experienced Powell. So the run's drying up here. But of course, occupation of the crease is so very important with that Moncton to climb. 92 for 4. Just past the outside in terms of the edge there, given a bit of air, and it went past the feel-it slip. Was deceived in the flight. Well bowled Warcan. First innings, Parrish was caught at slip off an arm ball. Lazy shot, taking it slip off Roston Chase. Good control from Warken here, giving the ball lots of air, inviting Paul to go for the drive. Oh, that's a bit of a nothing shot. Went through the arm quicker. Lots of variations nowadays from Warkan. Pakistan was very kind to him. He seems to be an improved bowler as well. Gives up a single in the offside. Backward point. And of course there's a bit off. So backward point had to come to cover. So over comes in now 35 overs bowl. CCC and 94 for 4. So 262. Barbados 428, a big score. Chase getting 100. Kevin Wickham was pretty close to the promised land. Got 95 and then was bowled. Major disappointment for him and his teammates and many supporters. Roland Butcher joins me. Hello, Roland. Nice to see you.
Yes, and a lot of work to be done, CCC. This is an important partnership. Experience of Kieran Powell and obviously the promise of Shakir Parrish.
That's very well played. Lovely on drive, using the feet, getting the pitch, driving down to Deepish Madon for 1. I remember quite a long time I've seen batsmen using their feet to the spinners. Very refreshing to see. Yeah, nice drive down to that mid-off area. Actually traveled down to long off for 1. Just working the ball around, picking up the singles. The bad ball will come along. Sometimes we make cricket so complicated. Just have to be patient. That's in the air. Catch should be taken. It is. And the big snapper has been caught. Paul departs. Chase strikes.
Yeah, big wicket that for Barbados. Not the best of shot by Powell, looking to pull it. Not sure whether the ball kept a bit low or not, but what he's done is just hit it straight up in the air. That mid-on fielder has taken a simple catch.
Yep. Powell going back to the pavilion, taking that long walk. Yeah, it was short, was outside the off stump, and a simple catch to Simmons, poaching it. Very easy indeed. And the last two dismissals coming from short balls. The one that got pouring out was short. He dragged it to wide and deepish mid-on, brilliantly caught by Wickham. Another short ball came along, this time from Chase. It was wide. And, well, not a good shot at all. So it exposes the belly of the CCC. They're in trouble. They're in the doghouse. They're now 5 wickets down for 96, and now watch Demar Richards. With a big name to defend there, Richards. He's got Paris with him, two young batsmen who actually play for Sagico UWI in the local competition, which starts, I understand, in April. Barbados looking to wrap this game up today. Yep. Richards defended pretty well when he batted in the first innings. His brother actually lost his place in the Barbados side, Demetrius Richards. So the end of a successful over from Roston Chase, and over in which he got the big snapper, getting rid of the dangerous Paul. It's 96 for 5.
So Chase gets his name in the wicket column. Smooth, who's had quite an impact on this game. Roston Chase with bat and ball.
Working, continuing to maintain that attack with a slip and a silly point. Short extra cover as well. It's a lazy shot there from Parrish. He now rehearses the shot. Loads of talent, there's no question about it. So much variety from Jamal Walker nowadays. Well, that's gone. That's a big one. That's gone for 6. Over straight with the wicket. Well played, Parrish.
Sandra, as you would remember, the old cross hole. Certainly taking it from maybe off stump outside. Safe shot because there's nobody in that area. There it is. She's pitching more around middle stump. So it's one that he had to hit. He did just that.
And if can't find the ball. Yeah, it went close to the hall in Griffith's stand. Yes, they finally found it. thought it had maybe gone down by the port, which is not too far from here. So the 100 has come up now for CCC. Morgan has got the mid-wicket right back of the boundary, but that really cleared mid-wicket comfortably. It was a good shot. Times the ball generally pretty well. Shakir Parish, 102 for 5.
I think it's important that CCC make Barbados bat again.
Yeah, you're right. Even if they give them 3 runs to win. Yeah, Barbados will be hoping to win this by an innings. Oh, wow. That's a very ordinary shot to be bowled. What was he doing there? Chase strikes again. And further pressure for CCC.
I suspect, Andrew, that he's played that one on. That's my suspicion, that he's either dragged that into his pad or... But it was quite a reckless shot to play. He's only just come to the crease. He's in with a batter who's batting well. And just going across the line, he may have... Luck may have deserted him there with the bottom edge onto his pad or straight back onto the stumps. Don't think it would have gone straight. I don't think it had gone straight to the wicket. Off the pad.
Oh yeah, off the pad, yeah.
And it would have gone on to miss leg stump, so bad luck. Yeah, that really is bad luck.
Yeah. These things happen in cricket. It was not a good shot. So Richards not defending that big name well. Talking about Richards, it's the birthday of the great one, Sir Vivian Richards.
73.
73 today. And saw a video with him. He says he feels like 21. Yeah. So hello to Sir Viv, wherever you are. March 7th. A great day. Now, Ramar Graves is the new batsman. So, Barbados slicing through the middle order. Looking to strike gold, get the coup de grace, and celebrate. Wow. Going on the back foot, ball that hurried him. Oh, this is real pressure for CCC. Chase looking for his third. Yeah, Chase playing with very hard hands there, but gets away. Make that Graves playing with hard hands to Chase. Further trouble. Combined campuses and colleges 102 for 6 now, and in danger of losing this game in 3 days. Sure, Mr. Denman and his colleague there would want to maybe go to the market early tomorrow, like the mighty Gabby, sing "Come for your guava, come for your corn," and of course enjoy a good sea bath tomorrow down on the west coast of Barbados. I would imagine these guys have to be here very early. They're the technical people. I'm told that Mr. Blenman is here from as early as 6 o'clock in the morning. Too short. They got a single. Of course, it's a Friday evening, Friday night in Barbados. Oystins. You go to Oystins, Roland?
Most definitely not, Andrew.
No.
Too busy. Much too busy.
Go to Baxter's Road?
Definitely not.
No.
Much too far.
Okay, fair enough. 103 for 6. Or in the Gap in Barbados will be full of action tonight. Those are the hot spots in Barbados. Have I missed any? I think I've missed one or two, Mr. Blenman. There's one in the heart of Bridgetown. If you want to, it's pretty close to River Road. 103 for 6 in case you're wondering. Oh, he's gone, stumped. Brilliant work by Boucher. Graves departs. And CCC imploding at the region's Mecca.
Yeah, not a satisfactory way to get out if there is one. I mean, he didn't come down the wicket. So to get stumped without coming down the wicket is, from a batsman's point of view, really, that is a real mistake. You can understand if batsman advances and the ball spins past the edge and he gets stumped, but when you're from your batting stance position, if you can get stumped from there without coming down the wicket, yeah, that's a bad blow for CCC. And the question now, there it is, all he's done is just lifted that back foot. Boucher does the rest.
Boucher very neat. You see it from here? Yes. Yes. Good camera work. You see that again? Of course, Mr. Blenman, who's the technical director here, will ensure that the guys, there's 6 cameras here, so we have the advantage of making sure we see everything. Have a look at that. There we go. Slow it down. He's out of his crease. The bails are coming off just about now. His foot is in the air.
Yeah.
Well done. After that kind of camera work, I'm going to ask Mr. Green to increase Mr. Blenman's pay. and his assistant as well. Of course, Mr. Blenman's deputy is a man called Joe. I just asked him what is his name. He says Joe. And I asked him what's the second name. He said Joe Tudor.
Oh, I thought he said Little.
Oh, Joe. Yeah, of course, Joe Tudor. Gone to the great beyond. For Barbadians, of course, people in the Caribbean, a tremendous comedian, Joe Tudor. Here's Warkan bowling now to Akeem Jordan. Yeah, this is trouble. This is big trouble for CCC. I'm not sure they're going to last. They're more trouble than the world economy. 103 for 7.
Yeah, real backs to the wall now. I just wonder whether they can make it to tea. That's the next question.
I think you should start to make some adjustments, Roland. Make sure you get home early. I'm going to go up to St. Philip. You're going to go to East Point this evening to get some soup?
Definitely.
Have you been there recently?
Not today.
Of course, it's a famous place. Deep in rural Barbados, East Point, where you gather. My uncle's, he's gone to the great beyond now, and you have your soup and your You're everything, really. Your Wilkes, in case you're wondering what that is all about. It's almost like a giant African snail. And your sea cat. Yep, Occipus, of course, those will tell you that's maybe the correct thing to say. Of course, we call it sea cat. 103 for 7. Yeah, this is real pressure. Now, how will Parrish deal with this pressure? His side is on the ropes. They've been questioned. They have been arrested. And I think they're going to be jailed this afternoon. A single. Jordan was late but got home comfortably in the end.
Parrish will cope with the pressure. Andrew, he's a top order batter, so he would have seen this situation before. The question is going to be really, is Jordan going to stay with him and offer that sort of support that he needs?
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree. Things are pretty difficult for them. Chase continuing to bowl well. Now Jordan decides, look, I'm going to see what I can do here. A big swing. And we were looking up towards New Orleans, which of course New Orleans, Barbados, and the ball ended up at short mid-wicket. There was a hint of desperation about that shot. Now that's an authentic cricket shot to get off the mark. Hakeem Jordan, who could bat a bit, fancies himself as a bowler and all-rounder. I prefer to say he's a bowler that can bat a bit. Of course, we used to say Malcolm Marshall, the all-rounder. Was Malcolm Marshall an all-rounder? Roland?
He wouldn't be. He would not be a genuine all-rounder in the sense of a Jack Callis or
Ian Botham.
Or Ian Botham.
Sir Gary Sobers.
Yeah, sorry, Gary Sobers.
Imran Khan.
Imran, yep. He wouldn't be that type of all-rounder. He would be a bowler who has batting ability.
Yep. I think you're right. The late, great Malcolm Denzel Marshall. Of course, we're celebrating the birthday of the great one from Antigua and Barbuda. It's now from the land of the Browns. It used to be the land of the Birds, then the land of the Spencers, and now the land of the Browns. Hello to a wonderful man who's given us so much joy over the years. 73 today and looking very good indeed. Tremendous character. Always used to enjoy watching Vivian Richards bat as he was then. Ball kept a bit low. Luckily for him, he's on the front foot.
Yes, and John, a man with an inevitable record. Never ever lost a Test series.
Yep, that's true. In fact, West Indies, in the halcyon days, between 1980 and 1995, did not lose a Test series. And then Australia came in 1995, Mark Taylor, all hell broke loose.
How would they like to just win one now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. In fact, there's tremendous celebration when we win a Test match. Let's hope that we can get back there. The assignment is a difficult one. Like this that CCC has. Combined campuses and colleges, they've been examined. Here's Walker looking for another scalp. And there's the swing. That's going to go out towards the boundary. There's no mid-wicket. He's been able to drag a couple of deliveries through the onside, which is vacant. That goes down to the mid-wicket area.
Yeah, good shot that by Jordan. I think he picked his spot, realised there was nobody at the deep mid-wicket area. Yeah. Good use of the hands. Jordan just going with the ball, going with the tied ball coming into the right-hander.
Interesting. Now the mid-wicket is going to go to backwards square. That's interesting because he's generally been hitting the ball in that mid-wicket area. Oh, I see. Well, earlier he was actually at mid-wicket. That's Simmons. Now he's at backwards square. It's an interesting feel. I find it strange that the left-arm spinner bowling around the wicket to a right-hander will want to have a backward square. Don't you find that strange? Oh, not really. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have thought that the deep mid wicket would be there.
Yeah, I would think so.
Because to get him down to
to
where the fielder is at fine leg, now the ball has to be pitching outside the leg.
I would think so as well.
Outside
Yeah,
the leg
very strange field there. He's at backward square. Here's Warkan. So Paris 27 unscathed in the rubble. Trouble and more trouble for CCC. The 109 for loss of 7. Don't think that Professor Hilary Beckles will be happy with this. Former director of cricket, who's to my right, Roland Butcher, will be happy with this.
Yeah, definitely not. But it's it's a learning curve for these boys. They're in the big leagues now in terms of first-class cricket. So they've got to step up.
So Chase to continue his battle with Jordan, and that's a drive through cover. Lovely shot. We'll get to the boundary as well through extra cover. Captain Brathwaite could not pull it back. I think that's Parrish driving beautifully to cover. Didn't expect Jordan to play that. My apologies. Yeah. Said it's going to be interesting to see what he does. Is he going to maybe look to get as many runs as possible? He times the ball nice. He's a good player, Parrish. No question about that. Good defense. Tall man, good reach. Looks to be pretty fit as well. Chase has got the long off, the long on. And an extra cover, so there's a big gap between slip and extra cover. But what Chase has also done is just trying to cut that single out. So he's got Wickham at short mid-on. There's also the protection down at wide long on and holder. Now that's going to get to the boundary. Too short. Pulled away through square leg. That's gone for 4.
Well played, Parrish. Just waited on it. There is a deep square leg, but no chance of getting around. Yeah, just using the crease there. Well, Shakir Parrish going right back, using the depth of the crease. Is that where he came out there?
Yeah.
He was moving like him.
Yeah. No, not a great deal of speed from Warrican. Parrish has batted well here. He's 35. Nice time of the ball. But the problem for him is he doesn't have a great deal of support. 117 for 7. Roach with 2 at the top and Chase with 2 as well. Warrican has been able to pick a couple of wickets. He's bowled pretty well. So what will Jordan do here? Will he just work the ball around and give support to Parrish? Or will he look to launch an attack? Whatever. At the moment, the odds are stacked very heavily against CCC. And there are many who feel that they cannot last the day. They'll be wishing and hoping like our good friend Dusty Springfield. Jordan can bat a bit, there's no question about that. But is he good enough to pull off a Houdini, as they say? Barbados were able to stretch that lead. The lower order rallied because at one stage it looks as if they would have gotten maybe just over 100. That's a low shot, but beautifully bowled. The bunks generated there on that occasion from Warkan.
Yeah, just teasing him outside the off stump. There's a bit of turn there as well.
Jason Holder had a challenge in getting down. Hasn't played a lot in recent times, good old Jason. But he made it. That's important down at backward point. Oh, that's trouble. That's gone. Beautifully bowled by Warkan. Plumb like before.
Yeah, casual shot by Shakir Paris, really going back to a delivery, allowing it to pitch and skid on. And Warkan, he knew he's had his man, he just ran. Didn't even look at the umpire, he just ran straight down the wicket. Shakir Paris to be very disappointed. He's played well. But all but over.
Yep.
Yeah, just turned a little. It was not a bad delivery. Yeah, so it's coming in, pitching about middle and leg. Yeah, I don't think he can complain about that one.
No. Think would have hit the off stump. Let's have a look at it again, Joe, who's working very hard there.
Yeah, probably have hit middle and off.
Here we go. Slowed it down beautifully.
Pitching the middle and leg and coming back.
Yeah, look at that impact there. That's out.
Yeah, that's a good delivery.
Yeah, middle and off. Beautifully done again by Joe.
So Jerry gets another 3.
Yeah. And Joe gets an increase in pay as a result of that as well. The cameramen who are around the ground doing some wonderful work. Of course, the standards in Barbados are very high. 118 for 8.
Yeah, I think the last hope of prolonging this game has gone. With Shakir Paris, it's now really down to the tail enders.
Yes, so the Barbados players refreshing themselves. 118 for 8. So this game is about to conclude, one would think. The only thing that will stop a Barbadian party would be some good old rain. I suppose in celebration like Biggie Irie, we now go home till the morning come, Barbados. This has been a very good performance by the Barbados team, having been beaten by the Harpy Eagles of Guyana on the east bank of Demerara, one of the 3 counties of that wonderful country, oil rich, with an economy that grew by over 28%, I'm told. I'm going to buy some land in Guyana. And then Barbados came home, and with 4 matches at home, huge advantage to them. They've got to play against the windwards and, of course, the leewards. But a win here for them, they'll be quite happy with that.
Yes, a lot of luck to get 4 home games in a row. I mean, that's like winning the lottery, really. When you get 4 straight games at home and 2 against the 2 bottom sides in CCC and the academy, that's great.
I note you've left out Jamaica.
Well, Jamaica.
Yeah, they've been strong.
Can't forget Jamaica. So the 3 weakest teams in the competition. But the next one will be a much stiffer test.
I would think so as well, against Trinidad. On the pitch, which I understand is going to have a bit of grass. Did they tell you anything? They tend to tell you these things, Roland.
Andrew, my birdie doesn't work like yours.
No birdie. Okay. Birdie from Blackrock told me that.
Your little birdie gives you all that information.
Yeah, of course.
What I might be fairly certain about is that I know Monday I will see the grass. I'm not sure I'll see it on Wednesday.
All right, so your favorite batsman comes to the crease. Joachim, he's coming onto the front foot. He bowled pretty well, but a mountain to climb here now. Trouble and more trouble for CCC. They're 118 for 8.
I think Jordan's got full license now to. He's not going to rely on these last 2 batters to occupy the crease for too long. So it may be a case that he'll try and get as many runs as possible and as quickly as possible.
So it's heading up to 2:45 Eastern Caribbean time. Bets are on. Can this go too much longer? Now Jordan takes a single off the first ball, so he's got a lot of confidence in his partner. The CCC head coach, former West Indies fast bowler Pedro Collins. But interesting enough, the side is managed remotely. The manager of the CCC is in Trinidad. Dorica Baptiste had her on my show on Tuesday night. Have you ever noted that where a team is managed remotely? Have you ever had that, Roland Butcher?
No, I haven't, but I guess as she explained, I suspect it's a situation to do with perhaps finance.
Okay. Yeah.
CCC doesn't benefit from the monthly payout that the other territories get to fund the cricket, to fund the players' contracts, to fund administration, etc. They don't benefit from that, so I could imagine it has to be pretty tough to find the money to even run the program.
Yeah, you should know, being a former director of sports up at UWI, Roland Butcher to my right. Well, that's going to go down to third man. And we'll run a long way into the boundary. That's gone for 4. Roach couldn't pull it back. Question that is, can they save the follow-on? Is it that Barbados will bat again? I think the odds are stacked heavily against that. Yes, off the back foot. And going down to third man. Roach just couldn't put it back. So a boundary to get off the mark. Barbados with some key players, some experienced players back in the mix and making an immediate impact. Holder with the bat, Chase with the bat and the ball. It's 123 for 8. So Warren, who's picked up 3 wickets, will look to end it pretty soon. That's too short. They should look for the 3rd here. And we'll get it. Punch square in the offside down to that backward point area. So still in deficit. Remember, Barbados' lead was handy. Looked unlikely, but the tail wagged lustily, and in the end, it was the difference between a lead of, say, 70 or 80 and 166. Unlike Jamaica when the lead was just 52. But then Barbados bowled Jamaica out cheaply, and then had to get less than 120, and despite losing a wicket early, went on to win comfortably. But it's been very dominant cricket by Barbados. Not only the captain getting runs, we've seen, of course, hundreds from Drake's, picking up 2. Solid performance from Wickham in the first innings, 95. And of course, Warren has been brilliant. Simmons has chipped in with a couple of wickets as well. So it's been an all-round performance. Now Silly Point and forward short leg in play now. And there's a big swing. And that's gone for 6. Good shot.
Just decided to use the long hand or put a lot of bottom hand in that. Surprised Warren. I don't think he was expecting to play the big shot, but he struck it well.
Yeah, hit it pretty hard. Yeah, with those 2 fielders round the bat, not very uncomfortable, and swung it from just outside the off stump, but got a lot better than that. And it went over the wicket, down by the party stand, and 6 runs. So McCaskey just putting on the shin pads, just making sure that he's got protection. Sure he's got a lot of insurance as well. Right onto the bat on the offside. Yeah. Warren exerting that pressure with the long on about 10 meters inside the boundary. Another swing. Chance for a catch. Catch taken. The end is pretty near now. Warren strikes again, and CCC in big trouble at the region's Mecca.
Yep, game, set, and match. Warren tempted him again. He went for the big one this time. Chase sold it deep mid wicket. Took a good catch running around to his left. In the air for a long time, but held it.
Yeah, given Samir. This time it was just about the line of the off stump. Chase, a good catcher, keeping his eyes on it. Yeah, wouldn't drop that, especially with number 10 on his back. Yeah, just dragging it from about the off stump. Chase watched it, and then poached it. Well done. Barbados continuing to celebrate. This has been a dominant performance by a side that is very well coached, side that takes its cricket seriously. Barbados may not win every tournament in the Caribbean, but I can tell you a lot of money is spent on cricket in Barbados in terms of development. Lots of coverage as well. Local games, everyone brought on radio. Now Shamar Holder comes to do battle. And immediately, they know him so well. Long on, mid-wicket on the boundary, long off. And now Holder, this is Jason, will come into the onside. I would imagine will go to mid-wicket. Holder loves a big swing of the bat. Mid-wicket being pulled to the left. That's Simmons. So, 1 wicket to go. Barbados on the cusp of a big victory against the CCC. That was played pretty well. Good authentic push into the offside by Shamar Holder. So the over comes to an end. More successful work on. And further trouble for CCC. 132 for 9. So Craig Brathwaite comes into the attack. Are you surprised by that? Good old Craig is bowling. Yeah, Craig Brathwaite. Maybe he wants to.
Yeah, Craig's just going to lob it up, and
yeah.
Even if Jordan hits him for 4 sixes and get off out the next ball.
It's a lovely drive down towards that long off here for a single. Got the pleasure of Mr. Hayden Gill in the box, of course. Noted journalist from the Nation. Barbados is a top newspaper, and only one now because they advocate to the Nation. Used to be the Advocate, which is next door. Haven't seen a paper from them in a long time. So good to see Hayden Gill in the box. Barbados recently lost the services of Mike King, the noted journalist, who was at the Nation for over 45 years. Here's Brathwaite looking to wrap it up. There was a bit of a sting in action there from Brathwaite.
Quicker delivery.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So more runs for Barbados, more runs to CCC. That's going to go for 4. So Barbados is still batting, really. Says our good friend Henry Wallace. That's gone down to backward square. That's gone for 4. So some lollipops here coming from Craig Brathwaite, who reckons that he's a big. Why is he bowling though? Is there any reason for him to bowl?
I mean, lollipops. You tempt people with lollipops, don't you? So Craig is looking to tempt Jordan into an indiscretion.
Yep. Another drive. He looked for second here and should get it. No, doesn't want to go for it. Holder can bat a little bit.
Yeah, he wasn't running properly though, Andrew.
No.
Holder was just ambling there. Jordan looking for 2.
I would think Barbados wouldn't want to bat again here. The deficit is now down to 27, but with Brathwaite bowling these lollipops, you never know. He looks very sweet, like good old sugar water. Yeah. and his balls take so long to arrive. So, 139 for 9. Is it that Roston Chase is tired, you reckon?
No, I think Craig wanted to finish it. I mean, Roston Chase, they'll probably concentrate a bit harder against Roston Chase. Against Craig Brathwaite, lobbing it up. They're likely to lose patience and just swing for the hills.
Yeah, in fact, it happened against the Scorpions, you remember? Yeah.
I said, even if he goes for 4 sixes and he gets out the next ball,
got a couple of wickets.
it'd be worth it.
Batsman caught down at long on and long off. So Warkan will look for wicket number 5. He's had a good time. In fact, since he's come back, he's created a big impact. And we look to finish it here. He's going to bowl to Jordan. And Jordan goes for the swing. And we'll get runs. We'll get a 6. Over straight mid wicket.
That's the Jordan that we know. Didn't do himself much good in the first innings, the way he got out, but looks much better here in the second innings. We know he can handle a bat. And this one's lobbed up there by Warwick outside the off stump, hoping he'd miss hit. Not on this occasion.
So the mid wicket is right back on the boundary now. Too short. Lucky to have gotten away with that, Warwick. It was juicy. Should have been put away. It's a nice drive. Straight to the fingers of Matthew Ford, who lost his brand name shades in the process. But these two have come together and looking to just frustrate Barbados a bit. Odds stacked very heavily against CCC. Barbados should win by the innings, but you never know. Well, it went through to be taken by Brathwaite, but there was no edge. He's at slip. That's a polite inquiry from the bowler, but a big swing from Shamar Holder. That's a little cross hole. Ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. That looked very, very ugly indeed, coming from Shamar Holder. 146 for 9.
Yeah, there's a tendency with tail enders that as soon as the ball goes above the eye line, it's as if they can't help themselves. The eyes just open wide and they just want to swing. And Shamar Holder, he's only got just the 1 run, but he's not interested in just supporting Jordan. He's just going to swing for the hills and see what happens. So Craig Brathwaite's 1 over didn't do the trick, so he's back to chase.
Yeah, I think that's the wise thing to do, really. Lost the services of Roland Butcher. Place taken by Hendy Wallace for the coup de grace. Here's Chase back into the attack. And as soon as Hendy Wallace arrives, we see the reverse sweep.
Absolutely, Andrew.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think it's the partnership. So once we're together, they reckon that the reverse sweep should come into play.
I would think so. Mason and Wallace. CCC under real pressure to Just one wicket to get now for Barbados. Well, you get away with that. Down to third man, we'll look for second. Once again, Wickham very agile in the field. Coming from backward point to third man to pick it up. So now with Shamar Holder batting, they're crowding Shamar Holder. I think that's part of the banter, you know, they want to get him out. And that's it straight. That's a big shot. 6 runs. Straight as an arrow.
Flighted. That's the 150 runs for the CCC. But just a little bit of air presented by Roston Chase and Shamar Holder. So thank you very much.
So mid-off is up, long on wide. Yeah. Looking to play a shutter ball here now, Shamar Holder.
And it's interesting to see that Chase has bowled that one a little bit further back. So he's not right up onto the popping crease. Maybe that just enables him just to toss the ball a little bit more. On that occasion, it was a conventional delivery on the popping crease. And CCC getting closer to that deficit, and that's now 12 required to make Barbados bat again. 154 for 9.
I think most of us would actually want the game to end now, really. I mean, sorry, CCC, I mean, it's just dragging on. 12 runs to get now. Of course, the captain of the CCC and all their supporters would hope that these two can perform a double miracle here. Here's Warkan looking to finish it.
They're probably looking for a 100-run partnership between these two. That would be great for CCC.
I would think so as well, and some rain. We've had some today, 2 interruptions. Hold is on 7. Good length so far from Morgan, who's been good. Lots of variety in his bowling now. Looks a much better bowler. Said he learnt a lot when playing in Pakistan. The arm ball, slowing it up, pushing it through, going wide. So that's good control, keeping the batsman quiet, having him on the front foot. You soon see that one that skids through when he got Paris dismissed, and that's it. But it was badly lined. I expected it, but it was badly lined. Single to Holder. The action becomes a little lower and just skids on to you. I've seen it bowl a lot in this tournament so far with some success. Jordan, who's a capable Lord batsman. He's kept on 24, 155 for 9. Looks as if we're going to have a bit of rain as well. So we look out towards the St. George Valley. And Keith Holder never used to like me to say that when we were doing radio. He said, we can't see the St. George Valley, which is true, really. From my position, I can more see Kensington, where can I see? Bridgetown, Central Bank, New Orleans. Look out to the right from and high, the Port, Fontebelle, You look ahead of you. A lot to see in Bridgetown, good old Bridgetown. And now the captain decides to bring Matthew Ford back in the attack. Maybe saying, look, I've had enough of this. Let's get this over and done with.
Shamar Holder reckons it's best to get his helmet. Best to err on the side of caution. There is a very light drizzle at the moment. So we're hoping that that will avoid Kensington Oval. We normally take our cue from the ground staff as well, Andrew. They look fairly relaxed at the moment. Jason Hole doing his stretches. But it's going to be Matthew Ford. Had a good spell this morning.
Yeah, I've been impressed with him in this match. I think this is the best time I've seen him bowl. Although when you look at the wickets column, not a lot there. But it's just his control. I thought he bowled beautiful in the first innings. And just before lunch, he comes in from the southern end to Holder.
Saying good afternoon to Shamar Holder.
Yep.
With that short ball. Didn't seem to have any difficulty avoiding it, but it's good to see the intent there from Ford.
Yeah. Wonder if it's the aggro really among them. I mean, he's not been selected. You never know.
Not at all.
You don't think so?
He was practicing with the guys.
Oh, good.
Oh, just a week ago. So
wonderful.
But I believe as he was getting to the end of the innings yesterday, when his analysis went up to 96 runs, I think they were all waiting to cheer for the 100.
Yeah.
But luckily for him, it didn't. It remained at 96.
Yeah, he was expensive. Got a couple of wickets, but it was expensive. Really would love to see him get back to the top, really. He looked so impressive when he played that test match in New Zealand. Here's 4 to him. And we'll get runs again. We'll look for the second and we'll come back for 2. Coming from the top of the bat out towards that long off here. Didn't hit it well, but effective enough to get 2. So 157 for 9. So Barbados may have to bat again if this continues. Yep, Ford, not the type really that should be bowling bounces. Is it medium pacer, is he?
Yeah, he's just a fast medium.
Fast medium. Yeah. What's the difference between fast medium and medium fast?
Well, medium fast is a rate of fast bowling.
Okay.
Fast medium is a rate of medium pace bowling.
Okay, interesting. Well said. All right. So Kemar would be what now? Kemar Roach, fast bowler before?
Medium fast.
Medium fast. Okay. Jason Holder?
Medium fast.
Medium fast. Are you sure?
No.
Another single.
And that deficit now just 8 runs. And I guess it would be a moral victory if they could get Barbados to bat again.
Yeah. He's to have done a good job, both in double figures. Jordan 24, Holder 11, but they can both bat. I mean, we've seen Jordan play locally. We know that Holder's no rabbit with a bat.
Well, the partnership is 26 runs. Jordan has contributed 14 and Holder 11. So you could call it a valuable partnership.
And more runs. So they've creeped up now to within striking distance of making Barbados bat again. The over comes to an end. From 59 for 9.
Close catchers getting themselves ready. Maybe Warwican to continue. So no trail by 7 runs. So 2 big hits from Shamar Holder should take care of that.
Jason Holder now comes from that backward point area and will go out towards mid wicket. There's a mid wicket on the boundary, long on as well. Now he decides to bring Wickham in off the long on boundary, as was the case when he got poor and dismissed. He's about 10-15 meters inside the boundary.
Yeah, he's just throwing out a challenge to Holder if he wants to take on the boundary. And he hits it well enough, he'll clear the fielder who's 3/4 way in. But if he doesn't, then Wickham's in the dance. Seems that he was tempted there to go for the big one.
Yeah.
And he just restrained himself at the last minute.
Yeah, he did. Given not severe. Oh, runs. We'll look for second here. So they're just chipping away at the runs all the time. 161 for 9. I would think many would be hoping that this should be over. But of course, there are 2 sides to a story. For the neutral, they'd want to see a match. Big partnership here. Again, Jordan was winding up for that big hit, but he decided not to. Played with a great deal of care. 161 for 9.
Ford to Holder. It was a slower delivery. And Holder not going to be tempted. He's just acknowledging to his partner that he spotted it was a slower ball.
Yeah, that was almost like the bit of white ball cricket for you. Ford plays for the West Indies in white ball cricket. Decent medium pacer. And he tries, what's that? Is that a baby bouncer?
I thought it would have been close to a wide.
It died so quickly, ballooning over the batsman's head.
And it's not really about the pace per se. I think that Ford maybe is looking to get it to that awkward height where it's difficult for Holder, if he's going to take on a short ball, to control it.
Yep. So some frustration for the Barbados team here. These two coming together, delaying the celebration.
An invitation there for Holder to maybe play the uppercut. There's no third man in place. Good follow-up delivery there from Ford. As you said, he's in the one-day mode now. Looking at how best to outfox the batsman. And at the same time, not let him get those 5 runs needed to clear the deficit.
Bowls with some aggression, banged in short. Holder has to duck.
There's a lot of effort going into those deliveries to get them up.
Yeah. Ford is a northerner, is he? St. Lucie?
Yeah, St. Peter.
St. Peter. Oh, he's from St. Peter. Okay, that's your parish as well. You're Spicestone man, huh?
Correct.
Okay. Is he from that general area? Yeah.
Just about a mile from me, maybe a half a mile.
There's a place in St. Peter called Mile and a Quarter. Another short ball. And Holder ducks again. Some aggression from Ford. 161 for 9. So Warwick on the lead wicket taker with 4 wickets, supported by Roach 2. Poran looked for 36. Parish for 35. But not going on. Of course, always interested in how villages will get names. Mile and a Quarter in St. Peter.
And it's really about just approximately just under a mile and a half from Spikestone.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I'm in Mile and a Quarter, where do we get a spice? Oh, mile and a half, and you're there. It's another big hit. That's a big, big hit indeed. That's gone for 6. And Barbados will have to bat again.
And the muted celebrations from the CCC camp is that one hit by Akeem Jordan. Excellent cricket shot, by the way.
Yeah.
Just playing with the spin. There was some spin, but he just played it cleanly inside to out, and there's the fielder at long off, looking skywards and over his shoulder.
Yeah, that's the veteran Kemar Roach, who is from St. Lucie. What if he's from Roach Village? There's a place in St. Lucie called Roach Village. Of course, there's a street in Georgetown called Robb Street.
That's where the banks are, is it?
That's a lovely one. Of course, I'm always excited. Jamaica Halfway Tree. You've got some property there in Halfway Tree, I'm told.
And Warwick seems to be very close to that return crease with the bat leg. So he's bringing that fielder in at the bottom of your screen, in from long on into a deepish mid on.
And he's gone over. More runs for CCC, another 6. The mid on is up and it went over the long on area. Good hit. Spectators got some work to do as well. Yeah, this must be Very frustrating for Barbados. Dragging it from outside the off stump there, Hendy.
Yeah, long reach there. The invitation was offered with the long arm being brought up halfway. And Shamar Holder saying, yeah, I'll accept that invitation.
Yeah.
Excellent judgment on that occasion. Picked up the line and decided he will not flirt with that delivery.
Very well played indeed by Holder. As we know him in Barbados, he can bat. There's no question about that. And Hakeem Jordan is a capable lower order batsman, and they're frustrating Barbados. 174 for 9. So Captain Braffett says, I've had enough of this. I'll bring my trump card back in the attack. Roston Chase returns. So the lead is 8. Here you can see a bit of frustration on the part of the Barbados team. Looking to play that little paddle shot. Hakeem Jordan, with no success. But he's played well so far. More runs again. More frustration for Barbados. And they'll get 2.
Yeah, Kimar Roach just a little bit slow in coming off the boundary. And Jordan seizing the opportunity to come back quickly for a second run.
More runs, more frustration. That's going to go to the boundary.
On this occasion, premeditating, preempting the line of delivery. There was Jordan. That one was certainly going to be straight enough, but he got very low to the ground, which is critical in the execution of that shot, and just steered it down to the third man area.
Looks very comfortable, Jordan. Plays with a straight bat. Lead has gone to 14 now. No threat. The Barbados will want to end this. Not with that kind of a delivery.
So the over comes to an end. It's 181 for 9.
So the battle continues at Kensington. Jordan has played very well. Good defense. Morgan continues to probe away. This is good batting. Just waiting for that bad ball to put it away. prepared to just defend. Just get the feeling out. It's almost as if Barbados is waiting for something to happen here. Partnership is now worth 50. Well done to them.
I think the top order must be wondering, why did we do this?
And badly lined. They'll look for second here. And we'll get it comfortably. Down to back was square. I don't know what's going through the minds of the Barbados players now. I mean, they should go on to win this, but you don't want this kind of frustration. They've done so well to remove the better players in the side, but having some difficulty with the tail. It's wagging. Nasty Levy looked a tired one from Workan. It's 184 for 9.
The lead now up to 18. And Jordan be looking to push that even further. Wasn't sure where that one had gone. Took the inner portion of the bat. I think that's going to probably land safely, and they might get the second run. And Jordan didn't quite get hold of that one. And maybe it's a good thing he didn't, because that's quite a big boundary up there. I think they're asking Warwick to come in a bit and a bit square, so he's about 3/4 way back. And even with that, it's quite a big hit.
That's gone for 6. Over long on. Hit very well indeed by Jordan. He means business. And has gone to 49 as well.
The tallest player on the field at that long on position, and just for a moment he thought that Jason Holder was in the dance. He measured it, and at the last moment just over his head.
Very good hit indeed from Jordan, who's raced to 49 and gets this 50 with a lovely stare square on the offside. Good batting by Hakeem Jordan. He raises the bat to the acknowledgement of his supporters. CCC is happy. And he is happy as well. Hakeem Jordan, well done to him.
Off just 44 balls with 3 4s and a similar amount of 6s.
Yep. So the lead has gone to 27. Holder would love to get it to 127. So the resistance continues at Kensington thanks to Jordan and Holder.
So the next milestone for Jordan will be to double his score.
Yep. Well, he's bowled. So finally, Barbados able to bowl CCC out after some stout resistance from Jordan and from Holder. All out for 193.
Very good partnership there between these two. And Jordan played really well. And a mention for Jomel Warrican. 5 for 59 of 16 overs and 1 ball. And you always felt that he had a pivotal role to play in the day's proceedings. He toiled for a long time, and that one just a little bit flatter, but still slower, and just deceived Jordan. He got into the shot a little bit too early, but take nothing away. Entertaining knock from Akeem Jordan, and his partner just allowing him to go off first. Applause from his teammates, and then applause for Jamel Warrican from the Barbados players and the management team.
So just 28 runs for victory for Barbados after some resistance. But you always felt that it had to end sometimes, sometime, and it did really, with a cross-batted shot. So 193 all out. Holder left 20 not out. He played his part. Warken was good, 5 for 50. And Barbados with a simple assignment of making 27 to win this game in 3 days.
Yes, a good performance and still a good surface. We didn't see too many balls misbehave today, so CCC will be really thinking that they could have done a lot better in dealing with the spin threat from Warrican and Chase. Some 7 wickets between the two of them. And the last wicket partnership just demonstrating what possibly could be achieved with a little bit more application and maybe with a bit of luck as well. So I believe that they will take tea at this stage. The repair work will still be done. Those creases will be remarked.
So the Barbados team with that simple assignment of making this 28 for victory. Certainly in terms of the performance of the Barbados team. Some resistance from them in terms of the CCC, but Barbados in the end bowling them out, and they should go on to win this game quite comfortably.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed that there wasn't a bit more resistance from the CCC. You know, they had what should I say, a bit of assistance with the rain delay this morning, and certainly went on resumption. They looked to be quite comfortable, and it just showed at the end what that last wicket partnership, what was capable, and it probably just called for a little bit more application and purpose, really, to blunt what the Barbados Pride spinners had to offer.
Talking about the spinners, once again, Warrican came trumps, and of course good support from Chase.
Yeah, you felt that was always going to be the threat or the biggest challenge for the CCC. Of course, they lost the wicket yesterday evening in the first over to Kemar Roach, and then he picked up a wicket this morning as well. But the main threat you always felt was going to come from the spinning pair of Warrican and Roston Chase as the pitch became a little bit older, a little bit drier. Well, not so dry because it had the drizzles this morning, but it sort of freshened up the pitch a bit, so it probably didn't grip as much early on. But we saw a bit of turn and bounce later on in the afternoon from the two spinners, and that really proved the difference.
Yeah, and of course we had a situation with one or two decent innings. So Jordan got 50, got good support from Holder, but as you said, Barbados always very much really in terms of winning this comfortably. That lead of 166 made a difference. The tail wagged, and at the end 193, never really a threat.
No, not at all. And you felt that the Barbados, in putting up that first innings total, that huge total, was really enough for them to maybe bat once, but they had to bat a second time, but not much.
All right, well, the players are very much at the tea break, but we're going to have a very special interview lined up for you. Roland Butcher, who is very much a part of this, so we're going to just, okay, what we're going to do, we're going to have some highlights first of all, and then we're going to have that very special interview with Roland Butcher, just getting those highlights together. But in terms of Barbados, I mean, they've been very dominant so far.
Yes, playing at home, that's really where the home advantage counts, and that's what you really want when you've got that benefit, and on the verge of a third victory at home, and they'll be hoping to do that again. Roston Chase coming in to his own, really, in this particular series, coming into the Barbados setup. We saw Puran, who was, putting back to ball and just falling to a really good catch. Powell, again disappointing, hitting a high catch just to the fielder at mid-on. You see Warrican really enjoy that. You could say that's a little bit of bad luck, inside edge onto the pad and trickling onto the stump. Excellent work there by the Lanico Boucher. And then it was the Jordan show. It was well played. And Warrican again winning the verdict there with that delivery, just trading in for Paris, who would look good. But the thing about CCC, they continue to get runs. It wasn't just all about survival. But in so doing, the time when they fell in trying to be overly aggressive, and a comfortable catch there taken by Roston Chase. Craig Braffett came in to try and just serve those final rights. But Jordan had a completely different idea. Along with Shamar Holder, extended that partnership for the last wicket. We saw a few lusty blows by both batters. Shamar Holder, he wasn't just playing second fiddle, he was prepared to hit the odd delivery out the ground as well. And then we saw the magnificent inside out shot from Jordan and Holder, showing that he could do it just as well. We even saw the reverse sweep coming out from Jordan. And one massive hit. For a moment, you thought that Holder would have been in the business. But a well-played half-century for Akeem Jordan.
Yeah, batted very, very well. It's beginning to rain here at Kensington, but the sun is very much on the Barbados team. They should go on to win and win pretty big. As I was saying earlier, Roland Butcher very much a part of this commentary team, a top salesman. If you know Roland Butcher very well, he's in conversation with Stephen Leslie. And you know what? It's about bats. I'm keen to hear this.
The wonderful game of cricket has given us many outstanding performances. But today we're going to be speaking to Roland Butcher, an individual who was the first black man to play cricket for England, a Barbadian bred and born, but he's been contributing significantly to the development of the sport. And with Roland Butcher, he's got a Roland Butcher training bat, something that he will be able to articulate and let us know how it aids in the development of the sport. Roland, how are you doing?
Stephen, I'm doing really well, and it's always a pleasure to speak to you.
Roland, we're here at Kensington Oval, the mecca of cricket in the Caribbean, and you would have obviously represented the country here firstly before going off to England and playing not just for Middlesex but for England. I want to know, Roland, firstly, your experience in developing this particular tool, the Roland Butcher training bat. How did that come about?
Yeah. Before I answer that question, Stephen, I'll also say that this is where I made my debut as well as a national cricketer, so that was significant. These cricket training bats, really, there's three cricket training bats, and it really came out of the fact that during my years as a professional cricketer, I had a problem with the number of balls that hit the inside edge of the bat, particularly the balls coming into me, and it's something that bothered me right throughout my career. It was only after I finished my career that I really decided that I needed to do something about this. So I got about trying to be innovative and trying to develop a type of bat that would deal with that problem. Having got that bat together, I then practiced with it and it got the results that I wanted it to get. So I thought to myself, well, if that's the case with the ball that comes into the batsman, then it must be the opposite for the ball that goes away. So I developed a bat for that as well. Now, having done that, a very wise man by the name of Bob Woolmer, who you would know, was a very innovative coach, said to me, Roland, what you need to do is to get those bats scientifically tested. He liked the idea, so we went off to Loughborough University, and as you know, Loughborough University is one of the top scientific research universities in not just in England but in the world. And over a 2-year period, they tested these bats. And the conclusion, which I have here in my hand, was that these bats improve all the cricketers that use these bats. And they used the England Academy over a 2-year period to test the bats. As I said, there are 3 bats, one particularly for a ball that goes away from the batter, whether it's a spin bowler or an away swinger, one for the off break and in swinger, and obviously the other one which you have in your hand, which you've probably seen on the market before. That bat was actually, other people have this bat, but that's my patent. I own this bat. So basically these 3 bats are designed to correct flaws. They're also to develop skill. And I think it is something that not just coaches, but individual players should have these bats in their bag so that they can develop their own game individually. As you know, too many players depend on coaches to develop their game. And that's a problem that is hindering not just us in the West Indies, but a lot of players around the world, that players are not taking ownership of the game. These bats, they're not just Roland Butcher saying, get these bats. These bats are supported by science, which says that they do exactly what I say they do.
Roland, it's really interesting that you not only had it scientifically tested and proven, but you're now giving cricketers and organizations like the Barbados Cricket Association or globally any other cricket organization the opportunity to enhance the game of their players. How do you feel, having played the game, now being able to put back what I would say an opportunity for people to develop their games and become superstars as well?
Well, as you know, since I've retired, and even before that, I've always been about helping players to develop to the best of their ability. And since my retirement, I've continued to do that in many ways. I want to not just help the people of the Caribbean. I believe these bats can help improve the level of cricket around the world. And if the level of cricket improves, then, it's a better product. And, the spectators will hopefully come back if you're providing a better product.
Finally, Roland, what would you want to encourage persons to do, especially these young boys and girls who love the sport and the parents who want them to be superstar cricketers in the future? How would the Roland Butcher training bar aid them in becoming the best that they can be?
I think what needs to happen is I think coaches need to embrace this sort of innovation and understand that it's a training tool. They've got other training tools, but cricket bats, and as we know in the Caribbean, the standard of batting is not particularly high. So any help that we can get certainly would assist that. But these are for coaches, they're for players, I think they're for academies, and they're for anyone who really wants to improve the level of their performance. And I would hope that over a period of time, long after I'm gone, that these bats are making a significant contribution, not just to cricket in the West Indies, but cricket in general.
Well, you've heard it from the man himself. I'm Stephen Leslie, and it's been a pleasure speaking to Roland Butcher here at Kensington Oval. You need to go and get the Roland Butcher training bat. It's going to aid in development in cricket. It's an innovation, a tool. Go out and get it.
So, welcome back to the region's Mecca for the final rights. Barbados up against CCC. Many thought by now the game would have been over, but some stout resistance from the last two batsmen in Hakeem Jordan, who will actually open the bowling, and Shamar Holder. So the magic number for Barbados is just 28 for victory. So this game should be over. Here we go with the first ball. Craig Brathwaite, the captain of the Barbados side, will want to be there at the end of this match. It's been another dominant display by the Barbados side. Lots of investment in cricket in Barbados. Not the powerhouses of the past. In fact, there was a period in Barbados cricket when you always felt it was almost like a foregone conclusion that it would win. But they've been challenged, but overall still one of the top teams in regional cricket. Here's Jordan to bowl to captain Brathwaite. Brathwaite, whose stroke play is a lot better nowadays. He was a grafter when he started, but now much more expansive in his stroke play, and has led Barbados with distinction. Talking about investment in cricket at every level, the Barbados Lottery providing the much needed financial support for cricket, and a very able directorship as well. Runs for Brathwaite, 4, through cover, too short and put away. Yeah, too short. No difficulty for Brathwaite to punch that through cover. Much better delivery from Hakeem Jordan, who until recently was in the Barbados team. In fact, last year played for Barbados, but couldn't maintain his place in the side. He's the kind of cricketer that wouldn't get 5 and 6 wickets consistently, more the Holden type bowler, keep it tight, on top of that off stump. You know, figures about 25 overs, 2 middles, 2 for 60, that kind of a bowler. You won't expect him to rip through a team and pick up 6 or 7 wickets. It's a decent cricketer. Comes from the north of the island, St. Lucie. Parish that has produced some fine cricketers. In fact, Hendy Bryan from there. All would have started with Sir Charles. We know him as Charlie Griffith. He's got a statue here at Kensington Oval. He's a St. Lucie man. But of course, as the over comes to an end, Jordan will tell you that the late great national hero, Earl Walton Barrow, St. Lucie man like himself. 4 without loss. So Calvin Marcus will take it up from the northern end, or the Joel Garner end. He was rated by the commentators as the best bowler that CCC had on show in the first innings. He comes in to McCaskey. This will be the second game for Barbados that they've won quite comfortably in 3 days. It happened against the Scorpions. But as Roland Butcher was saying, good to have 4 games on the trot at home. The next one is against Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force. That should be a good one. Of course, the incentive, $250,000 US. They would have gone into the last round of matches last year as odds-on favourites to have poached that money, but that didn't happen. They were shocked by the Academy in a victory that really surprised many people. Didn't have the killing instinct in my view, despite having to defend a small score, and they lost. Guyana took the coup de grace. Now this man batting, Zachary McCaskey, will want to come not out here. I know that they think very highly of him. I think he's a good player, but would want to just be better in terms of shot selection against the run of plays looking so easy and gives his hand away, as was the case against Jamaica and in the first innings. But we know him in Barbados to be a pretty fine player, McCaskey. And gets his first run. Like he plays for the Wildy team, same team as Hakeem Jordan, so they know each other pretty well. Marcus, who's bowling, plays for UWI on top of the hill at Cave Hill, which is so as you can walk from here to Cave Hill. Local season is scheduled to start in about 2 months or so. You know, the BC are busy planning for the start of the season. Big appeal for a cat at the wicket. More in optimism than in the real conviction, that ball slipping down the leg side. Brathwaite with 99 test matches under his belt. Sure you'd be happy to have played his 100th test at home. That is not going to happen. But what a performer. They get a single. This is good cricket. Very good cricket indeed. Pushed up to mid-off. It was Brathwaite's call. The ball went behind the non-striker. And McCaskey responded to his captain's call. And Barbados got the run. 6 without loss. So with Barbados winning this game comfortably, lots of adjustments will be made. Those planning to come tomorrow, of course, the technical people, Mr. Blenman and Joe. Maybe go early tomorrow morning down to Brandon's Beach, which is not too far from here, or to Culpeper Island, up by where I was born in St. Philip. Get a dip. Another fine shot. Square drive by Brathwaite. It's gone for 4. So adjustments will be made. I know that the technical team, they arrive here very early. But look at that. Get into the line and just stroking it through cover for 4. Craig Brathwaite. So the end is pretty near for the boys from CCC. More runs for Brathwaite. We'll look for a second here, and we'll get it comfortably down to that forward square area. So I can make some plans tomorrow to maybe go up to my hometown Bayfield in St. Philip. Visit my friends as well across the parish. So adjustments will be made. This is what will be a comprehensive victory for the Barbados side. Too short. Suppose when you do a critical examination of the game, when we start with the CCC, Demel Evelyn making 100, I thought he batted well. Marcus was decent with his pace. Good to see Holder on show. He was okay. Scale of 1 to 10, I'd maybe give him 6. I like the looks of Poran. Looks a fine player. One that you can work with. Times the ball beautifully. Zakir Paris, who's at second slip, can bat a bit as well. So that's it really for CCC. Let's come across to Barbados. Well, there's some proven players. Good to see Wickham get runs, 95. Disappointed. I'm sure he didn't get to his 100, but I think all of those who watch him know that he's a player for the future. Good to see Jason Holder play again for Barbados. Roston Chase was brilliant. Bat and ball. I would think would be the man of the match comfortably with his enterprising 100. Batted very well. Yeah, there he is, Roston Chase. You know him well. Doesn't carry any hair on his head. Nice beard. So he's just chatting away there with Jonathan Drakes. Cassie will come back for a second run. Warkan, I thought, bowl well, picking up 5 wickets. Ramon Simmons was just about thereabouts. Matthew Ford didn't get wickets really, but I think you can see the value of a Ford in your side. Actually, I had my doubts really, but haven't seen him bowl on a flat pitch. Is the kind of ball that he would want. Wouldn't come and get 5 or 6 wickets, but sometimes you need that holding bowl. That one will come and bowl 10 overs or 6, 7 overs on the trot, keep things quiet. And he did that in the first innings and again in the second. I thought he bowled well without a great deal of success. So there's your analysis of the players under the microscope. So Barbados closing in on victory here. So the celebrations will start from Crab Hill in St. Lucie. That's the parish of Hakeem Jordan. right through to Blackrock, where Craig Brathwaite is from, not too far from here. In fact, talking about Craig Brathwaite and getting to 100 test matches, I'm told that as a young buck, really, 10 or 11, said his vision was to play 100 test matches for the West Indies. The man in your picture there, Craig Brathwaite. And, you know, I admire him in terms of his commitment to the game. I've been critical of him as a captain, but I can tell you, he's really served West Indies cricket well. You've got to give him his stripes. Good work. As Yorkham to come across the left arm spinner. Good aggressive running by Barbados. So they're back for the third. Yeah, I mean Craig Brathwaite, when you look at his performances for the West Indies, there was a time when people doubted whether he could really bat away in terms of maintaining a place in the side. But to have played 99 test matches is good. Top stuff from Brathwaite. He's one that's had a lot of experience too as captain of the Barbados team and the West Indies team. Sometimes can be ultra defensive as a captain, but I suppose it's because of the fact that West Indies cricket doesn't have the aggression that it had before, and hence psychologically you could just be defensive. There's so many bowlers across the Caribbean just don't like to bowl at Brathwaite. His bat is so broad. Good defence. When he started Brathwaite, he was one just to work the ball around. But now he's expansive in his stroke play. And in fact, in local cricket, does very well playing 50-over cricket. He's played a couple of 50-over matches for Barbados as well. Too short. And punched away. They look for a third here. Could have had it, but I suppose McCaskey just wants to save some energy. So Barbados requiring just 6 runs for victory now. Suppose you can strike up the band and prepare to go home. This is another top performance from a team at the summit, full of character. And that goes away down to that wide third man area and goes for 4. And Barbados are within touch and distance of victory against CCC. Yeah, played square in the offside, down to that wide third man area for 4. So, CCC, they've been questioned, they've been arrested, and someone tells me that they will be jailed, and it could happen in this over. Barbados are just about to celebrate at the region's Mecca. Here's Jordan to Captain Brathwaite. It would be quite appropriate if Brathwaite scores the winning runs. There were periods, of course, in the match when there was stout resistance, And Brathwaite was there to calm the nerves. He's the leader. And he must know that the business of a leader is to turn obstacles into stepping stones and disaster into triumph. Look at that group of people just waiting for victory. Lot goes into Barbados cricket, lot of effort, and if you put the effort in, you should reap the success. This is why the cricket tongues, they wag so lustily when Barbados, when they don't do well, because they know the kind of interest, kind of investment that is put into Barbados cricket. A lot of money is being spent, and you expect to benefit from your investment. Brathwaite gets one more. But what can you say about him, Brathwaite? I mean, I've admired him over the years as one to be full of commitment, one who values his innings, one who understands the importance of occupation of the crease. So Barbados just one away from victory. And that's it. Victory to the Barbados team. Absolutely marvelous cricket from them. Playing some really good cricket. Ball turned away in the onside, down to backward square. And this represents another comprehensive victory from a side on a mission, led by their captain Craig Brathwaite. They've gone to the summit again, and with visions of getting that $250,000 an offer in winning the West Indies Championships. Congratulations to a side that knows where it is going. So the celebrations all around, the attention turned to the West Indies and, of course, Barbados captain Craig Brathwaite. Very quiet man, doesn't talk a lot, but one who is big on action and is always inspired by the thought that if you feed your faith, doubt will starve to death. And in terms of success, if you itch for success, my brother, just keep on scratching. Barbados, the pride, they've won by 10 wickets. So celebrations all around, 166 square miles, a very proud country that has made a serious investment in cricket. And as I said, if you work hard, you should get success. And this side, it means business, well led by Brathwaite. And it's got some good first officers in there, some big guns, some big snappers. And people like Jason Holder, Jamal Warrican, Kyle Mayers didn't play in this match. And of course the exemplar, the leader, the inspiration, Kemar Roach. And there's the man of the match, leading the pack, Ruston Chase. Full of commitment. full of energy, and hence success. Jamal Warkin comes out to say from the Garfield Silvers Pavilion, thank you for another victory, Barbados. And he had a part to play, picking up 5 wickets and continuing from where he left off in Pakistan. A team that is pregnant with character. And they all know that men of wealth are envied, men of power are feared, men of genius are admired, but like the Barbados team, only men of character are trusted. And it all happened at the region's Mecca. Victory by 10 wickets to a side that richly deserve to win. So victory to the Barbados team by 10 wickets, another comprehensive victory. Barbados really on top of the game, starting the third day in a position of command already. And with just 28 runs to get, Craig Brathwaite very much on shore with a lovely drive. And that went through the cover area. McCaskey got in the action as well, down to wide third man. Steered away square in the offside, down to that backward point area. The end was pretty close. Too straight was Jordan and tickled away behind square. Barbados with just 28 runs for victory. And in the final analysis, it happened so easily. They weren't quite sure whether Barbados had sealed the deal. And in the end, the umpire got it. Yes, the runs have been scored. And the celebration started. Appreciation. And there's the captain of the Barbados team being warmly congratulated on a performance that I'm sure the whole country will be happy with. As I've been saying in my commentary, lots of investment in relation to Barbados cricket, and they richly deserve to have won this game. Of course, against the Academy, they won comfortably. They stung the Scorpions, and then the CCC with a lot of Barbadians in the side. In 3 days, Barbados winning and will be quite keen to oppose the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That game starts on Wednesday next week. But when we look back at the game, CCC 213 for 3, all up for 262 thanks to the efforts of Chase, who was brilliant with his bowling. Then Barbados were able to get a handy first innings lead. Ruston Chase, not only with the ball but with the bat, a brilliant 100. Kevin Wickham, one for the future, made 95, and that 166 was a good platform on which to build. Despite some resistance from the lower order, just 28 runs to get, and Barbados won at the canter within 3 days of the contest against CCC. So Barbados, they are very much in winner's row, and as I speak to you, it's raining at Kensington, but the sun is shining on the Barbados team. And while CCC are busy behind closed doors doing a post-mortem, the Barbados team really celebrating like Big Airy, and we all know we'll dance until the morning come. I'm Andrew Mason. We hope you enjoyed our broadcast half as much as we enjoyed presenting to you. Thanks to Mr. Green and his wonderful team, Mr. Blenderman and Joe, and all the cameramen who worked so hard behind the scenes to bring this game for you. For the final time, it's goodbye from Kensington Oval.